Hello guys, I'm here. It's Wednesday. I'm going to do some cooking. Yes guys, welcome to this kitchen. I'm just going to do some cleaning before I start.
Investigated 10 years ago over allegations of historic sexual offences. The Metropolitan Police told BBC News the teenage boy involved was under 16. All the BBC has said about one of its best paid
Sexy
staff
Moxie.
presenters, a regular face for nearly 30 years, is that his contract
Yard
has been
style, big up.
terminated. Mills last appeared on the biggest breakfast show in the country last Tuesday. The Mirror, which got the story of his departure originally, has a new front page exclusive that the sacking of Mills was as a result of fresh information that the BBC was told last week. The BBC has not confirmed to us that this is the case, nor the latest reports in The Sun, but it kept Scott Mills on air 10 years ago, even though it knew he was being investigated by the police. The Metropolitan Police said the allegations are reported to have happened between 1997 and 2000. Scott Mills was aged between 24 and 27. He was back then a presenter on commercial radio before joining BBC Radio 1 in October 1998. 18 years later, the Met began its investigation following a referral from Hampshire Police. Scott Mills was interviewed under caution in July 2018 over historic serious sexual offences against a teenage boy under the age of 16. But the case was dropped in May 2019 after the CPS decided there was not enough evidence to press charges. 7 years later, BBC bosses sacked the presenter.
And this is the Scott Mills Breakfast Show.
Scott Mills has not said anything publicly since he was fired. We don't know the reasons behind the BBC's decision or the full details of the earlier police investigation.
Meanwhile, the BBC has apologised after admitting last year it was contacted by a freelance.
Hello guys, hello, welcome to my live.
Specific claims of what she described as inappropriate
Welcome,
communications by
Baba
Mills.
Sky.
The story is in the Telegraph. The BBC told us it was given limited information, but should have
Daniel,
responded
big up
and
yourself,
asked
Daniel.
questions, and we'll look into why that did not happen.
We have tried to contact Scott Mills and his representative several times.
Yeah.
We have no response.
Yes guys, welcome to my live. I'm doing some cleaning before
Questions to answer.
set the pot on the fire.
I didn't know that Scott Mills was being investigated 10 years ago. I understand the Denver.
If I don't clean it, you don't clean.
If anyone inside the BBC did know what actions
I don't business on once. Me I say,
the BBC
I care.
received other
I want to
than
listen.
that would come up over his career.
They will come when we don't have to be here.
Sacked because of those historic allegations for no
Yeah, right.
reason.
Enough.
And Scott Mills admitted misconduct of any kind to prompt his departure.
Can't stream dirty kitchen, so I have to.
We have had no response.
That's the only
With
reason.
one Director General leaving this week and a new one arriving, the BBC is once again under scrutiny over how it handles its star talent. Katie Razzle, BBC News.
After 28 years, Carol Kirkwood has presented her final forecast as a weather presenter at the BBC.
Welcome guys, welcome to my live.
The weather from a huge range of locations. Let's take a look at some of those topics.
It's very windy here, probably up to the hat, and the airlift, and I'm probably in Holland. I don't know whether I can get the food. Quick flashes up the tree. Oh, for God's
Greenwich Park is one of the oldest and coolest off-royal parks. And look at it. I feel it's the sun's beating down. We've seen lots of joggers, not joggers, of course, lots of dog walkers and joggers around here through the course of this morning. More climb and rain sweeping in from the west, and it's going to continue the journey east. Not quite as hot and humid as it's going to be in the next few days, Charlie and Jane.
Good morning. It is really windy. If you look out at Portsmouth Harbour, you can see the white horses. I wouldn't like to be getting a channel today, that's for sure.
I can't even hear me giving a heart attack, but good to hear.
I think it's you, Dog.
Didn't see a squirrel.
The southeast is cloudy at the moment, but it will brighten up with some sunshine later on. From the middle southwest Isle of Wight heading towards the southwest, again we've got some rain.
And please eat the life of this repeat.
Absolutely fancy what you've got in my truck. It's really good as well. Let's give Johnny a run for his money in his Ferrari.
The lovely Karen Kirkwood there. Now, to musical mystery, when the bass guitar used to record some of the Beatles' greatest hits mysteriously appeared in 1969, so Paul McCartney did unbelievably, his beloved Tucker bass was found more than 50 years later in an attic. The new BBC documentary tells the story of how it got back to its rightful owner, Alison Krieger.
It played a significant role in the Beatles' history. Paul McCartney's bass. But for 50 years, the mystery of where it ended up after being stolen from the remained unsolved. And so two journalists tried to track it down and agreed at top in that Brooklyn.
It was very strange being no photograph anywhere, no say, boots, no mystery. So we started to wonder, there's a chance that we might actually steal the original candles. I have an attachment to it,
Now their story of the hunt for the popular bass has become the subject of a BBC documentary, which airs next week.
That was very great for me, because, it's what fundamental.
And there's no doubt about its importance to the platform's sound.
Paul bought out Hamburg in 1961, so it was pretty much there from the get-go. That's what he played on all those early tracks, that's what he did all those shows. But it's the most iconic instrument in rock and roll history.
Their search was not in vain. It turned up in East Sussex with Paul Bowles on stage in 2024.
So when the phone rang, Nick Wallace, partner over in Germany, Hoffner, he called and he said, we've just had a phone call. He said,
Welcome guys, welcome.
Exactly like that. And he said, Paul's
Yeah man, hustle for real.
The end
Bro,
to respect
big up yourself.
industry. Alison Krieger, BBC News.
Sean Celebrity,
We love
large
the
up.
industry of songs. Let's take you live now to Florida, to Cape
Cleaner
Canaveral,
is here.
because we
Cleaner.
here at BBC News are keeping an extremely close eye on this scene. NASA is preparing to launch the first crewed mission around the moon in more than 50 years. The astronauts, if they take off their good so far, will a 10-day mission. It won't land on the moon, but they'll circle around it. They'll travel further on the Earth than anyone has ever been before. This is a historical mission. We'll be keeping a close eye on it here on BBC News throughout the day. So stay with us from wherever you are.
You're up, you're in the sky. There you go, fly. Fly in the door. Okay, nice sky. I didn't come on, man. Must be a stream looking at the sky. Let's go to the sky.
It is likely to go
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from London, this is BBC News. The countdown is on. 4 astronauts get ready to venture around the moon for the first time in more than half a century. Live at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, teams have already begun fueling the Artemis 2 rocket. It lifts off in less than 8 hours.
I'm live at the Kennedy Space Center, just a few miles away from Artemis 4 as it gets ready for launch. We are in the final stretch. We'll get you all the latest ahead on BBC News.
Also today, Iran denies Donald Trump's claim it asked for a ceasefire, as the president suggests the US is weighing whether to pull out of NATO. The UK joins Australia as well as Germany and France in warning the months ahead won't be easy because of the energy crisis caused by the war in
I'm gonna
Iran.
cut up some chicken now to fry.
The president makes an historic visit to the Supreme Court.
I'm gonna cook some rice and Congo.
Born an American citizen. Welcome to BBC News. The countdown is on. In less than 8 hours, NASA will attempt to launch 4 astronauts into space for the first mission to orbit the moon in more than 50 years. They will travel probably further from Earth than anyone has ever been before. And you're looking at live shots from the Kennedy Space Center. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to pack Florida's Space Coast, as it's known, to watch all of this unfold. Well, the space agency has given its final briefing. It says the crew is ready for takeoff if weather conditions remain favourable. The launch team have been fueling the rocket with both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So far, it's all looking like they could be good to go. It's always good to go. There's our correspondent, Arinade Mukherjee, who is at the Kennedy Space Center for us. And Arinade, just tell me a little bit more about what we're expecting over the coming hours. How are we going to know that this is going to happen? Because at any point, we could be told, look, the conditions aren't right, the technology isn't right. When will we know for sure?
Well, that is a race that's going to run for a while, which is why we have a 2-hour launch window once the window actually opens at 6:24 Eastern Time. That's when the final checks will be happening, and they'll really get a sense of where they stand as far as all the specific little details are concerned to ensure that this goes up the way they had planned. And just a few miles away from Artemis 2, you can see it in the distance right there. It's ready to go, as you mentioned earlier on. The critical task, we are starting at 7:45 this morning Eastern Time, is the filling of the tanks with propellant, which is liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, a very critical aspect of the mission as it leads up to launch timing. So that is going fine. In fact, that is a process that first begins slowly, and then when it picks up speed, we were told by NASA that now they're in that phase where it's picked up speed and they're going at it at the moment. We also got an update that the astronauts were up around 9:45. They're going through the final checklist as they lead up to the launch time. So all systems seem to go, at least for now. That's the message that has come down from NASA. But to understand what exactly this mission is about and what's the very latest, let's take a look at this update from the record.
Time is ticking away at the Kennedy Space Center. After years of work, NASA's closing in on a launch. This rocket is set to make history, returning humans to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. Now it's just hours away from the start of its journey. The Artemis 2 crew are making an entrance. Their 10-day journey will take them around the moon, but it will be cramped. They're travelling in a capsule the size of a car.
Do you have any annoying habits or worry about the others?
I will say my annoying trait would be question avoidance, and I'm going to speak around that. I don't think any of us are worried that the other people are going to annoy them, and for that reason, we're going to do just fine.
We leave as we came, and God willing, as we still return.
The last person on the lunar surface was Apollo 17 astronaut Jim Cernan. He died in 2017, but was interviewed for a documentary 4 years earlier. This is what he wanted to say to the next astronauts to go to the moon.
I'd like to be here to congratulate him, to thank him, and ask him what people ask me all the time. What did it feel like? Enjoy it. Take advantage of the opportunity. Don't take anything for granted. Be prepared for what you don't expect to happen. And know that you, whoever you are, can do it, not only do it, but can do it better than it's ever been done before.
For Artemis 2, the astronauts won't land on the moon. They'll be travelling around its far side, so they can never see on Earth.
So you try not to allow yourself to get too excited, and then when you finally get to 10, 9, 8, when the liquid engines light off in 6 seconds, they test it out and they're all looking good, 3, 2, 1, once those solids light, there's no turning on. So they're going to space. And so they're definitely ready for that.
It's the first time anyone has flown on this rocket, and that comes with significant risks.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Orion spacecraft under parachutes, splashing down safely off the west coast of the United States. I mean, look, this is a dangerous mission. This is a test flight mission, and you have test pilots on board that spacecraft. You have astronauts that have trained for years. They know they're contributing to a far grander endeavor, but this is a big deal.
The most powerful rocket NASA has ever built will soon blast off from Cape Canaveral, bringing the moon to a new generation. Rebecca Morrell, BBC News at the Kennedy Space Center, Florida.
Arinade, how big a space geek are you?
I'm getting there. I'm definitely getting there. I wouldn't say I was as much, but I think the last few days have certainly made me test my space knowledge, and I think I'm doing all right, but I'll let all of you be the judge of that.
Tell me a little bit about what this mission is hoping to achieve. Talk me through what will happen over those 10 days when these astronauts will be thrown up into space and around the moon.
So a lot of firsts, really. I think that's the big thing the airline that we've been talking about. The first time in over 50 years that they're attempting something like this. The last time was 1972 with all said and done. Since then we haven't seen a new mission, but this is a very complex mission. We're not landing on the moon, as we've been saying, there's circling around it. But it's going to be very critical because some of the numbers that we're doing is something that is, monumental. The International Space Center is about 400 kilometers above the Earth, but they're going to be flying in high orbit, which is significant. We're looking at 17,000 kilometers above the Earth, which is about 45,000 miles. The other aspect is that they're going to be going to the far side of the moon. They're going to be going around the moon, and physically speaking, that's going to be a phase of about 30 to 50 minutes where they're going to lose communication with ground controllers here, so that's going to be very critical. But that's also going to be the time when they're going to be getting the best picture. They're going to be closest to the moon than ever before, the farthest, and they're going to be getting a fresh understanding, a new understanding of the lunar environment as they are very much in the moon's sphere of influence. Then they're going to come right back, and they're not going to fire up any of the engines, but they're going to use the Earth-moon gravity to essentially propel themselves back towards the Earth as they make their journey back home. Day 10 is when they're going to be preparing to come back. It's also properly the challenges. That's where the heat shield becomes very, very critical because you're looking at temperatures of about 2,700 degrees Celsius, which is almost half as hot as the sun's surface. So just imagine all of that going into this entire mission, which really gives you a sense of how specific the plan must be. And giving you, as I talk about the specifics as we speak, the four stage events are being filled with essentially is going to help Orion adjust its orbit soon after liftoff. That is the critical sort of the critical points of the checklist that we're going through as we speak, as we lead up closer and closer to the first window.
Hombre.
Yes, sir.
Bless up yourself.
You know exactly what you're talking about
Yeah.
to me. And Murray would be good to speak to you. Murray would be
Yes,
covering
of
the
course.
launch live from the
Me there.
Kennedy Space
Aye.
Center throughout the day here on BBC News. But let's cross live now and speak to someone who really is a bona fide space expert. Jamie Williams, Senior Deep Space Missions Operator at Goon Hilly Earth Station in Cornwall. It's so lovely to talk to you. Thanks for joining us. How excited are you?
Oh, well, I'm really excited. It's the first opportunity, but in my lifetime, I've been able to be a part of a crewed mission back to the moon. It's not something that Goon Hilly has been a part of since Apollo 11 back in 1969, when we downlinked a little part of the NASA data relay network receiving telemetry for Apollo 11 and transmitting that live into the UK. So we're really excited here at Goon Hilly. We're ready to go. We've been rehearsing, practicing our procedures, getting the antenna ready. You might just be able to see over my shoulder the Goon Hilly 6
I can.
space
Yes,
antenna.
I can see it. I can see it. So what exactly will you be doing?
So we'll be using the
Walk around
first
the whole
deep space antenna behind me, setting it up to the settings which
Well, Tuesday, yeah.
are for the Orion capsule, for getting that telemetry back from the capsule. We'll be downlinking from here and then sending that on to NASA Goddard Center in Maryland, and
Tuesday,
allowing them to process the data.
That's amazing. So you are going to be well and truly involved in this. Can you explain to people watching this who might be wondering, why does it matter that we do this moon mission? Why is it important?
Well, it's important for the future of whether humanity is going to be a spacefaring civilization and going further around the solar system. The moon is a stepping stone for future exploration out to Mars, and whereas Apollo was only one-off trips to the moon to prove who could be the first nation to land on the moon, the new mission with Artemis is about to set up a sustainable and prolonged development on the moon, so we can have a prolonged presence there rather than the one-off business that we've had in the past. And it's all about looking at in-space resource utilisation, what the moon has to offer to sustain future habitation on the moon, and what that offer future missions to Mars as well.
Talk a little bit now about the fact that looking at what we're doing in this particular mission is so important going forward because, of course, we're not allowing them now. That will be the next step. How will this mission feed into the next one?
So this will be equivalent of the SLS Space Launch System rocket can support crew going out to deep space, and it's the furthest that humans have been since Apollo system in 1972. So it's about proving all of the different capabilities of the rocket, the crew capsule, the European surface module attached to it to propel the spacecraft down to its lunar trajectory. And it's all about prepping for that important landing, which will hopefully be Artemis 4 in the next 2 years.
Okay, and before I let you go, just talk to me a little bit, if you can, about the competitive in terms of going into the moon. It's not just NASA, is it? Are there other space organisations that want to get there?
That's a really interesting question. From our point of view, we're focused on the Artemis 2 mission on Oxford here, New Delhi. We're part of the International Weather, one of the 34 organisations which are working with NASA to provide telemetry, as well as the NASA Deep Space Network, which is the primary ground station for receiving all that telemetry for the Artemis mission.
Okay, Jenny, I'm sure we're going to speak to you again throughout the next few days, so it's so good to have you come on our presence. Let's look at all of this. Well, you can imagine lots of meticulous planning has gone into today's preparations, but of course the decision on whether to launch could come down to something as simple as a cloud in the sky, as my colleague from BBC Weather, Ben Rich, explained.
It looks quite good, but it could just be something very small that gets them in the end. It could be quite a last-minute decision if things do need to change because of the weather. We can take a look at what's been going on, and actually, there's no big scale weather features that are going to cause any issue. We've got a big area of high pressure in the Atlantic, and around the southern flank of that, what we've got is a field of easterly winds blowing onto the east coast of Florida. Now that's a field of winds picking up a lot of moisture from the ocean and depositing it onto the Florida Peninsula there, where temperatures are right now beginning to climb. So that is a combination that gives us the chance for some showers. But look at the radar picture. This is what's going on right now, what has been going on over the last few hours. Look at these tiny showers just approaching that east coast. But there is a bit of what we can see in that part of the world. This is nothing too significant. As we run the forecast into the street today, it's just the idea of a few showers. So we're expecting to cause westwards as we go through there. By the time we get to the northern shore for about 8 hours from now, we are hopeful that there won't be any showers. We know even if a shower does pop up in the area, it won't hang around for too long. It clears away, then there may be a problem that you want to see those showers. Yeah, well, the thing that they're looking for luckily is a big one. So this rocket has got something like 750,000 gallons of rocket propellant loaded into it, about 3 billion litres. So lightning, electrical charges with that rocket fuel, that's what really lightning and things don't really avoid. But that's rain, hail, they really don't want any hail in the mix. The winds have to be below a certain margin, and the temperatures can't be too high.
Evening, boss, evening.
There is a kind of quite narrow window that they have to operate within, and all those different rock factors coming together at the moment. I think that's after a few chapters, it looks like all the ingredients should come together.
Yes, Skinny, big up yourself, Skinny.
Stop, boss.
Oh.
Evening, is that good?
Yes, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, man.
civilized and far more intelligent than his predecessors. He adds, we will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. It's unclear who Donald Trump could mean by Iran's new regime president. A number of senior Iranian leaders have been killed in US and Israeli strikes. But President Masoud Pezeshkian was elected in 2024 and reportedly appeared in public yesterday. Well, state TV in Iran is quoting the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson as saying that Donald Trump's statements are false and baseless. The White House correspondent Bernd de Guisman is in Washington with the US his analysis.
There's kind of mixed messaging from President Trump about how this war ends. As you just mentioned, he said that Iran has asked for a ceasefire, but in the interim, he would continue striking targets until the Strait of Hormuz is open. But less than 12 hours ago at the White House, in the Oval Office, he said that the U.S. is prepared to leave Iran even without a deal, and therefore leave the Strait of Hormuz for European allies to contend with if they need it. So there's been kind of a lot of twists and turns, and many experts here in Washington think that's by design and that President Trump doesn't want to kind of telegraph his next move or intentions to both to the Iranians and even to allied capitals around the world.
Before I let you go, Bert, let me just ask you about another thing we've been hearing. The King Charles, obviously heading over to the United States on that state visit. We're hearing now he's going to be addressing Congress on the 28th of April. What more do we know?
Well, we have very little indication from the U.S. side about what that speech will entail, but I think what many lawmakers and what many Americans will be hoping to hear is how the U.S. and U.K. relationship can stay positive and mutually beneficial, even at a time when the President and Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government haven't gotten along, particularly over this issue over Iran. That's kind of colored the King's visit with a certain negative environment, but I think many people in Congress and many Americans are still very enamored by the UK more broadly, and we hope to hear how the King thinks that relationship can endure in the long term.
Well, that's our White House reporter Bernd. Ivo Dalder is a former US ambassador to NATO. I spoke to him and he gave his reaction to President Trump's comments on NATO.
It's concerning because whereas in the past, when he threatened to withdraw from NATO, as he did in 2018 during his first term, he was surrounded by people, his Secretary of Defense, his National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, his Chief of Staff, who were able to dissuade him from taking the step. He's now surrounded by people who are committed to supporting whatever the president does, and that includes the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who incidentally was a co-sponsor of a law that says that the United States cannot withdraw from NATO except with a two-thirds vote by the U.S. Senate. But Marco Rubio yesterday foreshadowed what we heard in the interview, which is what uses NATO if NATO does not allow our bases to be used for a war, which many Europeans regard not only as unnecessary but illegal. So I do think we are at a point in the relationship in which the president, if he wants to move to either withdraw from NATO or more likely to reduce the U.S. commitment to NATO, is ready to pursue that path.
So what do you think NATO countries should be doing? We've heard earlier from the Prime Minister Keir Starmer talking about closer relations with Europe. What do you think NATO nations should be doing right now to mitigate anything that might happen in the future?
Well, what NATO nations should be doing is what they should have been doing for a very long time, which is to build up their own defenses to the point that they are no longer reliant on the United States, and that they can convince the United States that they are good and partners and able to help in defending their security interests. There is a move in that direction. There is, in fact, quite a lot of support now for increasing defense spending across the board, but it is very late. But the goal now needs to be, and I think Prime Minister Starmer and President Macron, and I would hope the Secretary General Mark Rutte, are now focused on one thing and one thing only: build up European defenses as quickly and as rapidly as possible in order to be sure that you can defend all of NATO territory, even if the United States decides to minimize it or even eliminate its own contribution. That's job 1, 2, and 3.
Has Mark Rutte been effective, do you think, the Trump whisperer, talking to his Danny Trump?
Well, he's been effective in trying to keep the president on board, and I think his ability to get the European countries to all agree and Canada to agree to increase defense spending by 2035 to 5% was very, very important. But there comes a time when the Trump whisperer is no longer being listened to, and I think we have reached that time. And I would, if I were Secretary General, now focus on job number one: how do you maintain NATO by having a stronger European defense capability, rather than trying to figure out how do you please President Trump at a moment that the president is finding himself in Iran, the war he should have never started, in a cornered position where he is stuck between the talented or choice of either escalating the ground forces or leaving without the job being done.
Coordinator Ambassador Ivo Galda there. President Trump is making a historic visit to the US Supreme Court today, sitting in the front row to hear arguments on whether the US should end its long-standing right to citizenship for anyone born in the country. On his first or second term, he ordered an end to automatic or birthright citizenship for babies born to parents who are in the country illegally or temporarily. The executive order faced immediate opposition from those who said it went against the Constitution's amendment that grants citizenship to anyone born in US territory. Let's take a look now at what's happening outside the Supreme Court, and you can see there someone addressing a group of what we think are protesters. There has been protests throughout the day outside the Supreme Court. President Trump obviously inside, and news correspondent Oni Wells is also there.
There is a big protest gathering, as you might be able to hear. They're currently playing Born in the USA, which is what this is really all about. What we're hearing today is the oral arguments from lawyers on both sides of people essentially trying to set out whether or not it is legal for Trump to end birthright citizenship in the US Constitution. He made this in an executive order on his first day as president.
They went cheap by the one, my bedroom them come in, them buy 2 food, them buy 2. They may even come back, them buy 2 more. Not for now. Man say you want to stop it down and shoe you. What? Stop it down and shoe you. Really? Yeah.
Then if you just order something, you sell him 1 4 pound and they sell him 5 pound.
Remember what I'm going to do?
It's a stream. It's 120, 130 and you just stream me and you just...
That's what's going to happen though, so I'm going to take to everyone now.
And you see pumpkin punching out now. Very nice. I'm going to put my peanut in there.
I'm going to say that one. I'm going to say that one. One would be nice without too much peanut as well.
I don't have no peanut in there. That's a pumpkin seed.
Yeah.
Smooth.
Yeah. That's supposed to be nice. We don't want that. But me,
don't have it.
Remember, me, the production taster, you know.
Eh?
You get the production taster, so you have to...
Yeah, there's a quality control.
Yeah, so we have to... But yeah, that one there, I'm going to listen, bro.
I'm going to get some ginger, yeah.
You can order one,
Alright, so right now,
50 for ounce, you know.
sell now. Whatever money up on the card, you go buy stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So this, you can't deal with it more time. You're supposed to put that money aside for me to get it.
Yeah, but I'm saying with that, where they say that someone give me a bunch. I will just put the money in one time. I come in here with the cash.
Yeah.
They can do it one day. Because at this point, I swear, more than money call me and want 6 and 7, you know.
What you doing at the house? Most of them, I'm frozen one at the house at the moment.
Yeah, so you can give it any. Yeah, alright then. Yeah.
Sean, if on the phone, he might tell me if tell her to call her.
Why?
Sean.
When?
Right. You call him out and you not answer. We talk about your drink and she are here. You miss the call, you miss the call and you not answer. Well, you just come like you don't answer. Simple.
No, when we call people phone, we want to answer me.
Yeah.
So we know when you call you, you answer me and you call me back.
Alright, watch out now, yeah? There are 9 up here. You saw you them did there? There are 9 up here. Plus 1 there, and that's 10. I collect the money for that all on the big man.
That's supposed to put on up there, sir. Separate from business money. You can't collect my business money, you know, so you know, so you would. I've told you how to do it now. I've told you. Yeah? If you want to give me, remember you know, you can give me 120, we give the money cash.
Yeah. And you have them down for your hand.
I mean, have them down there.
And the man want you to just boom. Then that can't happen, Mike. No problem with that.
Yeah. You read in my mind.
No problem with that one.
God, you see how when summertime come down, we're going to need about 100 or 150.
Yeah, we need the
right
money
now.
there, you know, for go buy the buckle. Buy a box of buckle, the money there.
We're coming handy.
Money there, 50 pounds, you know. 10 more pounds per year, I buy 100 buckle.
Just like that.
Sorry, that's it. Never hurt you. It's okay. I got angry. I don't know if you deal with it. You know.
We can pay for the money we are doing here. Just calculate how much you have down there. And we buy the money for you.
No, seriously. We have pumpkin punch buckle out and we must say about 3 frozen of it.
What, play plain one then?
Yeah.
Plain one?
Yeah, without no bits.
In one case.
Yeah, but Chino don't get the moment.
We don't mind.
Buckle them out and give. Nice. Seven.
Here on the Security Brief, we go inside the stories that shape global conflicts, the threats that most people never see coming.
I spent 20 years in the British military from planning to the point of execution.
We'll tell you what's happening. We'll add us to you. That's the Security Brief, here on BBC.
Jeffrey Epstein was the chief trial financier at the centre of one of the most high-profile sex trafficking networks in history. For a special program, we put together a group of survivors here in Washington, D.C. Some of these women have never spoken publicly before.
Oh, whatever, man. Hey, people put them all shit, you know. Oh. But they got some Epstein girls and they've never spoken to now. You're lying, man.
It's all about making money from the prostitution system. They get all them people get money.
Of course they got money.
But I'm not more than that, man.
Of course they got money.
All of them surface to make money.
At the end of the day, it's like, I'm interested. You get me?
It's a steel news that.
Yeah, I'm interested. You got a talk, you were in the industry, you're shocked about with older men, you knew what you were doing.
Of course.
Yeah, they
and
paid you.
Then get money.
Listen, let me tell you something. There are talks that will get in your money to do your thing. Then you got the money, you did the act, and now later on you're crying wolf.
Wolf.
You will see, you can get 120 more minutes, you know, you're crying wolf.
Yeah, because all of them are hedge fund millionaire them.
Yeah.
That man gambling all of their money and make them millions. All the man them run them. Right. So money did it. I like sending papers and did it. All it did it and then get.
Only for money I sit down and wait for the delegate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but me not interested.
Yes, you don't want to hear nothing. Yeah, I don't know.
And enough of this Epstein thing now, because right now Epstein not even dead.
No, sir.
Epstein not chill up on one island and laugh about all my make front page with every minute. And trafficking still go on.
You got Turkey or you got DR, you got changing features and that's it.
Yeah, man, that's Saudi Arabia something, man.
That's it. They say, I make money for you, Saudi
Hey, man. When they're Saudi, man, change up his name, do some facial features.
True, man.
And then I do some trafficking at Dubai. Yeah, let's get it. Yo, you hear them on the powerful, yeah? And you see in our world we aim for money. Them man, they have money already. So in their world, it's about secrets.
Of course.
Yeah?
So, and it's not even secret, that's sacrifice.
Well, remember, it's sacrifice. What I'm saying is the secrets that you have for the next man, is what keeps you more powerful than you.
Yeah.
You understand? So obviously there's sacrifice that goes on. But I'm saying like, for a man like me now, or a man like you that's a billionaire, we can't bribe you with money. So what I have to have over you is secrets. That's what keeps you quiet.
You know all of them tickets.
Yeah, so right now, how we get secrets off the rich is you've done something wrong, you're shagging out of marriage, I've got, you know what I mean? Something like that. So in Epstein's world, right now, them man can out get an island right now, something to chill out.
Of course.
Quietly.
Of course.
Not an agreement, not only him keeping himself quiet and behave, them and feeding with them young girls.
I see it, there you go.
Yeah, because he's too powerful. You can't kill powerful men like him, you know. You can't do that. Listen, you can't. But if you do it, get to them.
Yeah.
It alone is difficult.
The thing to remember
Yeah, I'll be like, you're not dead either.
Huh?
You see, you can kill them on there.
So most of the surgeons with the plastic surgery, they say they come from,
You cannot
famous one, they don't know they come from,
Yeah?
And it's all the machine them. A Turkey, a Istanbul, they make. All the pattern them for design and the clothes them are this way make, That's why some fake clothes coming from out of those places. And the American factories, they think of them design them. And them have a machine to do it down there.
And then them shake this and them make money.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Even the tea leaves, they're trying to sort of understand the messages coming out of the White House, but also coming.
So, you know, it's like cook a gungo peas and rice now.
Three messages, it's worth
So,
pointing.
peas, really, it just make your eyes look white.
You know, what me really like, hungry, you know.
I like gungo rice. Come on, yeah, like gungo rice and peas are the one. You know what I mean? We just little browning in it. The rice brown. What might tell me, man, I talk about something, then I like it.
I like my tell.
Shit, them don't know.
I like my tell.
Because yesterday I come and see, it look like a thing, man.
The market's telling us
Rice and gungo and peas, you have a little colour.
So them style it
we'll see this
Tell them on the man now.
them style it.
I try to teach him something, but you just make some man tell him some things more time. When I make my... You understand? You understand? You see, I understand. When you cook food, you do it. Yes, babe? Yes, babe?
You don't like that?
Yeah.
whole food system is that all companies will be looking very hard initially at making efficiencies, at cutting costs where they can. Food manufacturers and the retailers know that we have a responsibility to keep food affordable. But equally, we have a responsibility to our suppliers. We have to pay a fair price to farmers too. So certain food manufacturers can feel the squeeze middle in all of this. We are British farmers' biggest customers. We must pay them fairly. Equally, we know we have to keep costs down as far as possible for consumers.
Carol, really good to talk to you. Thanks for being with us on the programme. Carol Betts, the Chief Executive of the Food and Drink Federation. Thank you. Now, 15 years ago, the tech giant Apple was born, but it began in rather humble surroundings. On the 1st of April, 1976, in a garage in California, Apple's three original co-founders, Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Reagan, began developing personal computers.
Aqua Zara.
50 years,
Big up yourself, Aqua.
But it has revolutionised the way we use technology, from the iMac to the iPad, and of course, the modern generations of the iPhone. Let's go to Tommy Stanley, who's a tech investor and founder at Giant Ventures. Tommy, good to have you here. And look, 50 years is quite the achievement, isn't it? But there's been some highs and lows for Apple. What stands out for you?
Well, it's a wonderful occasion to mark this. And I think what stands out to me is that Apple is a very romantic story of the power of a very small group of people. And in this case, particularly one person, Steve Jobs, fundamentally changed the world. And it did start off in humble circumstances. It's now a multi-trillion-dollar company which changed how we work, how we live. And it's true that innovation gets done from very small groups of people. What stands out, I think, also is that the wild ups and downs of entrepreneurship.
Charge. But you almost dead.
And then he made his glorious return to eventually create not just the MacBook, but also the iPhone, the iPod, completely changed how we live. And I think it's a great lesson in the power of founders and changing the world. And that's how great companies get built. It is the special group, a very small number of people who have that special something about them, often something very unreasonable. And Steve Jobs was a brilliant but unreasonable man.
Well, it's so interesting as well that as we look back, a lot of what we talk about is the hardware. It's those devices that have changed so many things. Looking forward, it certainly feels like the growth will come in software rather than hardware, and that's how Apple's increasingly making its money.
That's right, I think to an extent, but the special sauce of Apple has always been that magic intersection of beautiful software and beautiful hardware. And that's why it's become, on and off the biggest company in the world. And it's really interesting to look to the future that they are, in some ways, biding their time on the sidelines while the other big tech giants are busily spending enormous amounts of capex on AI infrastructure. And Apple's doing what it's always done best, which is doing a wait-and-see strategy and a second mover advantage. And once it becomes clear which of these models is going to work well, Apple then has distribution. That's its real magic as well. It has distribution to 2.5 billion devices, over 1 billion people, and it can switch on and off its ability to deliver AI to all of those users, while others burn huge amounts of profit.
Yeah, and I suppose, briefly, if you will, that AI issue is a big question. It's certainly got the scale to be able to be second to the market and then dominate, but some questions about whether it's missed the boat and others are stealing the lead.
Well, if you look at their progress with computers, with phones, with MP3 players, they didn't invent any of those things. They just figured out the best form factor for users. And I think that's very much their net now, is wait while others deploy billions of dollars. They'll wait and they'll deploy the way, and I'm confident of that.
Tommy, really good to talk to you. Thanks for your insight there as well. Tommy Sedler there, tech investor and founder of Giant Ventures. Thank you. More on all these stories for you, bbc.com/business is where you find all the latest, including the ups and downs of oil right now. And that is your business today.
crew this morning. They used our reserve in the south of Uzbekistan.
Showing you the ropes is the minute booster of a club on Munster. Oh my goodness. Why have I spent years reading when I know that I could have just stupid in I could try.
I haven't even come that far yet, and it's quite physical work, I've got to say. And the most scary thing is when you first put your weight only in the harness.
Inspiring travel. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Revision your ticket to all things film. Join us as we go beyond the screen with insider access you won't find anywhere else. From red carpets to the biggest film festivals. Get behind the scenes insights into the most talked about films.
sustain a lot more damage than they expected.
Yeah.
Had they been a crew aboard, they would have survived. They would have fine, but NASA, of course, likes to have margins. So they changed certain things. They've been working on this for 3.5 years, and they believe they have their arms around the issues they've designed and so they want to see if everything they've done works out and they've solved this heat shield problem. But it's a lot of things to test, and that's why we fly these missions before we take that big step and land.
We do indeed. And why does this mission matter, Leroy, in terms of the bigger picture of space exploration?
Well, symbolically, it's very important. I mean, this is the first time since 1972 we've sent humans out of low Earth orbit, and we had to kind of relearn how to do all that, just like we're going to have to kind of relearn how to land on the moon, right? So it's a significant step too, because frankly, this program, this exploration program, in one form or another, has been going on for 22 years, and that's pretty kind of unbelievable. I mean, if you think about that in perspective of the Apollo missions, when NASA was created, the point of time when NASA was created to the first time we landed humans on the moon, it was just under 11 years. So we've been at this for twice as long as having to invent everything, and we're only now getting the first astronauts in the program into space.
Former astronaut Lunar Chow there with a reminder we'll have continuing coverage here on BBC News Channel throughout the Artemis launch period, live with our team in Florida and our panel of experts, including former NASA astronaut Mae Jameson and the first British astronaut Helen Sharman and Sir Tim Peake. Now, Keir Starmer warned earlier that the impact of the Iran war in the UK is inevitable, but he also said his government has put in place the measures to withstand it. The Prime Minister didn't announce any new policies, but pointed to previous measures, including capping energy bills and keeping fuel duty cuts in place until September. But the SNP leader and First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, who was out campaigning ahead of the Scottish Parliament elections in May, said the UK government is not doing enough to deal with the cost of living crisis.
The UK government is responsible for energy, and they've got to deliver the help that people require in this escalating cost of living crisis that we're facing as a consequence of the illegal activity in Iran by the United States and by Israel. The implications have been felt by households right across the country, and the UK government, instead of sleepwalking into a cost of living crisis, has got to deliver the help to people right now, and that's what we expect of the UK government.
The leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, is on the campaign trail in Watford ahead of the local elections in England. He wants the government to do more on energy bills and food costs.
The government isn't doing anywhere near enough to help people hit by the cost of living, and now hit by the increases in petrol diesel prices at pumps thanks to the illegal war Trump in Iran, supported by the Conservative Stand and the Forum. So we have a whole set of ideas we want to put forward, and whether it's on energy bills or on food costs, we want to make sure the government is doing far, far more. I'm very worried they're taking a targeted approach. They've said that they now will do a little bit more than they were doing before, but there's going to be no family in the UK who's not going to be hit by the rise in energy bills in the summer.
Well, as part of the coverage of next month's local elections in England and national elections in Scotland and Wales, Five Live's Matt Chorley is doing a tour of the UK called Around the Polls in 80 Hours. You'll see why it's called that in a moment. He was in Birmingham yesterday and travelling via Stockport today. He's in Gateshead, where he joins me now. And I just want to ask you, Matt, are you scaring people away with that kind of suited and booted setup, or is it going down well in Gateshead?
No, I'm bringing back the top hat. Everybody's talking about the top hat. Obviously, I've taken inspiration from Phineas Fogg's trip around the world in 80 days. I started in London Monday morning. I went to Cardiff, passing actually through quite a lot of capital areas where there were big elections happening on May the 7th. We were in Wales at the Senedd, talking about the big set of elections happening there. Like you said, then Birmingham, and then Stockport last night, Gateshead today. And the pattern is really emerging, because a lot of these are places where, certainly here in Gateshead, Newcastle over there, Sunderland in that direction, these are places where they used to basically weigh the Labour vote. Labour, ran the councils, they want the MPs, and that was about the size of it, really. I have to say, I've been covering local elections, local council elections now for more than 20 years.
most of the time people aren't that into it, people don't really want to talk about it. People are engaged in these contests in a way that I haven't really seen before. And here today we had a panel of voters from here in Gateshead, almost all of them former Labour voters. And now they're sort of scattering all over the political spectrum. We've got people going to Reform UK, to the Greens, to the Liberal Democrats. And it feels like people are really thinking about politics in a way they just haven't in the past. You grew up in a Labour area, the Labour family, you voted Labour, and that's what you did. And it feels like, and we've seen this in the national polls, a reaction to some of the decisions that Keir Starmer's made nationally, but also in areas where you've had a Labour council for such a long time. People are now starting to say, well, is it time for a change? That word change is being used an awful lot. People now really starting to think about their own politics. Well, if I am going to break from my traditional voting for Labour, which way am I going? And actually people are scattering right across the political spectrum. And that raises the interesting prospect of what will happen on May the 7th. And that's what makes this round of elections so exciting.
Love it, Matt. Love the journey, love the outfits. We look forward to hearing more from you throughout the coming days. Stay with us here on BBC News. Full and comprehensive coverage of that moon mission is coming up with my colleague Aruna Day, who is at the Kennedy Space Centre. Stay with us here.
What
For most areas of the UK, the weather is cloudy and mild through the rest of this afternoon. Sunshine's in short supply, but we have seen some sunny spells break through parts of northern England. Meanwhile, further north, we've got some weather fronts. There's this band of rain. Temperatures have space for a couple of hours. Means that although most parts of the afternoon in the high across the northern areas, those temperatures in Scotland -3 or so. Also, on the day for Thursday, there's frigid high pressure, sunshine in most areas. Thursday afternoon, we see the next system bring rain back into western Scotland.
The angle in business, yeah, man.
Temperatures 10 to 12 degrees.
Oh God, is that me what's up? Me go for it.
You can see it's being refurbished as we speak. This is where the laws are passed. As members of this parliament have votes of the laws, and so they have power. It means that it's but this is where Lunar has been sitting, and including when he made 2018, 2019, that we now know
A tantalising paper trail to the man who was driving him. These are details from the Parliament's own version detailing neighbours'
So they want to the tenants from Acorn and want we to do them directly. But when you go back to Acorn have a liar. The liar can't open and they open and say, no, something pay to Acorn because you're on the contract with Acorn. Then let them do the Acorn, but they cannot come out of the contract like that, even though they will sell and change the ownership of the house. You say you're not a problem, you just can pay Acorn. And don't pay nothing for the minute. Let me look into it more and call you back later. I'll confirm an email telling you everything and I'm going to attach her to it that you pay me call. I don't contact you.
You're doing this not for a liquid solution, but for
No! And the landlord kept, no, the landlord
want to rent the property same way. But they can't just take for acre and under contract and here with you because into here with the side. So they can't move you, they can't deliver. No, the landlord himself, the owner of the business, at that open to the email and say, what? Yes, sometimes. Me understand you. See, by the time you have somebody out and they could block you out, teach you what's this, the 5 time, you call them, you must say, I don't want to be on the 60s, but not good. Bringing you all the radio construction. Yeah, I was it, we're all glad again.
I'm Marianne Bashir. Later this hour, the US President makes a historic visit to the Supreme Court as it considers a landmark case about who is and who isn't a citizen. Iran denies Donald Trump's claims for a ceasefire. The US is weighing whether to pull out tonight.
Space up here in Florida, where, as I can see, the countdown is on. Less than 7 hours. NASA will attempt to launch 4 astronauts.
But that's what easy sense of blast up. And they never have this file on it. So, but, fresh. God, just look at it. Like a chop just come in and can't. So they're fresh. The fish is fresh. So let's go for a dozen of them. And you pick up some of this. You never know if you like this fish. And you don't give them a piece of this. Don't egg this fish. Yeah. I'm like slicing my fried and stuff. Yes, man, it's not nice to show my light on the slides, you know.
After years of work, NASA's closing in on a launch. This rocket is set to make history. It's just hours away. The Optimus 2 crew are making an entrance. Their 10-day journey will take them around the moon, but it will be cramped. They're travelling in a capsule the size of a mini. Do you know where to copy them? I would say I don't think any of us are worried that the other people are going to enjoy them, and for that reason, we're going to do.
Say what about fireman? Yes, man.
The last person on the Lunar surface was Apollo 17 astronaut Charles Cernan. He died in 2017. Was interviewed for years earlier. This is what he wanted to say to the next astronaut.
So this is your last job.
What did it feel like? Enjoy it. Take advantage of the opportunity. Don't take anything for granted. Be prepared for what you don't expect to happen. And know that you, whoever you are,
you know you're gonna take it.
Not only do it,
Daddy?
do it better.
Where did I say?
It's ever not before.
The Artemis 2 astronauts won't land on the moon. They'll not just
Too excited, and then the liquid engines light on for 6 seconds. They test it out, and they're all looking good. 3, 2, 1.
It's the first to walk where I'm come off and move them full of and the rain fall on me car.
This is a big deal.
NASA has ever built the soon blast off from Cape Canaveral.
Yeah, work.
Yeah, man, that now.
Which is pretty remarkable. Chinese vehicle, there's a vehicle from Germany and the US it's expanding. It's important because we think the best solution for people living on the earlier that India was one of the first countries that actually thought about using space.
Also, you have to do that
so being able to think beyond these
what did you get that ticket from Alina? What did I just get from Putin? Yeah, and something.
We've seen the far side of the moon when it was the first time.
No, I'm here.
Every day we use our smartphones. We have space receivers in our smartphones, right? So it's all of those pieces that I think that evolution.
Missions or things doesn't get a little easier. Someone like that to advancements and understanding. But it will always be something hard to do.
She is the very fucking London. It's not there is such thing. How do you hear that? She said every year that you move back in London and grow up. I said every year. No. But she should have died. She said, you can come to MJ now. She said, yes. It was a crew, brother. You see, I don't know.
Deep space farther from the Earth. So
Charge you over the rest of that.
it is easier to do that.
It's a back. Get her in the car again. Well, stop. I don't know. It's quite off. Just one.
Are these the reasons why it is very important to continue doing negotiations? Because you know there's a couple of manufacturers of pharmacies that the prospect is
all right.
There's some that need to be fixed. You've got some of the problems to look at. But
Okay. Cricklewood. Yeah.
What's that, right?
And I'm going to give you the other part for a reason. But I think people who say that, right? They
Yeah, man.
because we try
So the one time I made up for 74 minutes in the street. Like if I just shut it down, I don't go back. No. I don't go back. I don't go back at all. I call it, I said, no. That's not got. I come here for do this and sit in another country. I don't want that. You think that I'm my thing. Yeah.
that's what space
That's why they already broke off your big Yep. Big foolishness that. Boring foundation and paper. You know one go. Serious in that one.
Oh, God, the Bible start taking time away. And then position that said, this way now. Master, go ahead. If you lean. Brother, that's why I was away.
You know.
Oh.
sitting on the shuttle. I was the last person to get into the shuttle because of my position. And I looked outside and again, I saw all this tree, and then this incredible vehicle. It was almost feeling like I was breathing. And I because this is where we can do these kinds of things. We as a species.
That's too much.
Thank you very much for your perspective and your inputs and
Sure. Straight away.
So that's let's just take it just to put it out there for specifics. Later today, if everything moves well and as per plan, we will see NASA's spacecraft, which is the rocket right on top of SLS, and the 98 unit
One day. Yeah? Yeah. Get you as well. So you share. Yeah. That's the way they know making you want to go back again. And then non-stop go.
Essentially, I'm not sure what position is looking like. All right, for more analysis, we're fortunate to be joined by former astronaut and co-presenter of BBC's Space Podcast 13 Minutes, David Bailey, and the first ever British astronaut, Alan Sharman. Thank you very much to both of you for your time here on BBC News. Following this day, and Helen, if I can come to you first, what's going through your mind at the moment as we are inching closer to launch?
Well, I think right now it's that real vertical expectation, isn't it? That the astronauts themselves have all said they're ready, but not expecting a launch because things can still go wrong, but for the rest of us here, everything's looking so promising. And there's been these false starts where the rockets rolled out and then had to go back in for seals to be replaced and other things. And hopefully we will actually get a launch. So yeah, it's just really exciting. It's the beginning of the phase, I think. And it's exciting with the International Space Station. I'm excited when the starship starts to launch, but this is to move sustainably operate pathway to Mars. It's just a really exciting event.
So, if I could ask you a question forward, it is a new phase that John describes it. What would you say? What do you open the doors to at this moment?
Yeah, it really is an exciting mission, and it is just one of the steps along the way, as Helen was pointing out there. This is about sustainable returning to space. We are part of a program here that's going to see a research laboratory at the South Pole of the Moon, a gateway in orbit, that's a small space station in orbit around the Moon. But this very first step of the who went on this same sort of return trajectory around the moon. So it's a really exciting launch, and we're come to the point today where the refueling operations have gone smoothly so far. There were delays in February, the delays in March as well, and so two of those hurdles have already been overcome. So the good weather this evening, it's going to be an exciting night.
Deep being an own show, I'm going to request you just hold on for a moment. We'll be back with you for a lot more, because there's endless topics we can talk about as far as this launch is concerned, and we will see across the UK this BBC.
So,
Most likely that we will be tomorrow. Or Friday, I will come back on Friday. By 3. Yeah, okay, I'll Friday tomorrow. Yeah. I'll Friday tomorrow.
Just a few miles away. As it stands there in the distance, across my shoulder there, as we inch slowly and steadily towards the earliest window of 6.
Yeah, England had them on, no, so I say where that time, man. 1 minute is good and next minute is not good.
We're talking the floor just from down to what really takes for this mission and what this mission means. Our guests are Duke and Helen Sharma are our restaurants. Executives staying on with us. Those of you people who know that has been the first British astronaut with the European Space Agency, the head of the International Space Station, Helen Sharma, the first British astronaut. I'll come to you first. How important is it to continue to integrate
an idea. Extra money that man, that's good, isn't it? Yeah.
Come on.
It's tangible, but we cannot just visit the celestial body, but we can use the moon. And use it to
for oasis, and we can use it to understand more about the solar system, the Earth itself. So I think there's a whole lot of that. It's not just where can humans go, but it's what can we do when we get there. And that's one of the reasons why it's important to keep on pushing out.
Jim, out of everything that the most exciting part for you personally as someone who doesn't speak before? That's not too easy.
I think the exciting part really is that for me, knowing these four people very, very well, good friends of mine, Reed, Victor, Christina and Jeremy, we all work together. The most exciting thing is the human element, and that is to hear what they have to say, to see the emotions, and to hear the stories they come back. Clearly, we need to
Make it shot, boy. Tree back. Let's see shot. Very good shot.
But they're going to be seeing them from several thousand kilometres. So the pictures and the imagery that we're going to see is going to be quite magnificent. We haven't seen this since the Apollo 17 era. And our first Apollo 8 Earthrise picture that Bill Anders took in 1968 with the technology they had back then.
The human element of it all. I just want to be clear as people go through this massive experience, what it's like to be sitting there, with this hatch closes and you know that it's not going to happen for real, and you're literally pulling the countdown. All of us here have been staring at still, it's all about the spectacle of it going up, but there is definitely a lot more going through the minds of the astronauts who are right there in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. I think one of the first things was when you see that hatch closes, suddenly you go from all of hearing the tiny noises on the outside, the technicians talking, chattering, the clanks and thuds of the gantry and everything. All of that goes from, you sort of hear bits of them through the spacecraft, but not really very much. It's all very, very muted. And then there's just you and your crew in a place that feels like home because you've spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the simulation on it. And honestly, I think it is a very relaxing time. It's not scary because there's no unknown to be scared of. You know there are risks involved, but you've accepted those. You know that they've been minimised. You know what you've got to do. You know what's going to happen. And now all you've got to do is with the crew who you know and love, really, because you're just really operating as one. It's not really four individuals anymore. It's just one group. And you just get on with it. And I think that is the beauty of humans, actually, how we can work so closely together. And together, as Tim says, the technology that we can develop that we can't do on our own. You can't imagine building a rocket this big and going this far without needing other people and the knowledge that we stand on the shoulders of giants. And that's how science and engineering progresses. We're constantly learning. And we're learning about each other too, how to operate. And that's part of what this mission is about. How we're working together so that we can get even more efficient missions in the future. So it's a lovely time, I think, for the crew.
Tim, beyond the machines working absolutely perfectly, and you mentioned this human element, and I want to really stick with this point. You know what the other person is thinking, to know, to have like absolute perfect communication, that really is an essential part of ensuring the mission is an absolute success, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we heard earlier those words from Gene Cernan. The advice that he gave the crew, one of those pieces of advice is be as prepared as you possibly can be prepared for the unexpected. And this crew will have spent so many hours, as Helen said, training together. They will know each other's body language, they'll be able to communicate seamlessly, they'll be able to work as one, but also with the amazing team, the trust and the relationship that they would have developed with the mission control team as well. And that's what it takes in order to perform at the highest level of a mission like this. You have to be prepared for absolutely every eventuality. They have a schedule, we all know the schedule, but we all know that things can change. And they're prepared for that. If they need to spend an extra high orbit and spend an extra day in that high orbit before doing that transhuman injection, then they will do. you know, they've got various points along the way where they can troubleshoot any problems that might arise. But this crew, they'll be absolutely ready for all of that.
Helen Sean, a quick last word out of you. You know, given there are so many expectations, given there are such high stakes here, and you know the kind of media build-up, the kind of headlines, how do you prepare for that as an astronaut? Is it difficult to block it all out? You know, how do you gauge with that pressure?
I think in the end you have to be true to yourself. And I know I certainly was just so keen to do a good job. I wanted to do it because we all like to do well, to do our best. But I wanted to do it for my crew and for my country. And I think it's that keenness to do a good job. Actually, you know that the whole world is looking at you, and this crew will know that really. It would be lovely to know how many millions of people will be tuning into their launch this evening. But wow. They will be able to look at that to a certain extent. You know you're being watched, but actually you've just got to focus and do it well. And now that's the most important thing they've got to do. They've done their final press conferences. They don't need to be worried about this anymore. They're happy to do this.
Where's the fire?
They need to focus.
Look what all the thing that is.
Joining you there, I'm sure that yes, thank you very much, JP.
Yeah, no, wait, this is what they're up here. All they do, look at that. All they hell they put that together. All they do is that about, oh.
Yeah, where are you now? Just become domestic.
Well, for most areas, the UK
China is what I said, what to do. And tell them what to do for information and what to do.
We've seen some sort of breakthrough. I mean, all that more across the weather fronts. There's this kind of across
experience that temperatures 50 years ago. But they don't have money moon.
Well, they never come back.
One year ago, yeah, man.
I'm strong. 50 years ago, they didn't return. They went and didn't return.
They never returned.
No. They didn't return.
But then they established and they did it.
They go, but they never returned.
So they did up there.
Yeah, they did before they reached back.
Clearer skies follow, connecting the right temperatures to take it.
And they were safe, man. They said 50 years ago, they people and never returned. So this is the first time, this is the first time they will go back.
Then I must go back.
They must go back.
Community with extra systematic rain back into western Scotland and back across Northern Ireland, where it's quite windy at the end of the day. Temperatures 10 to 12 degrees. I'm going to skip ahead to the Easter weekend because we could see some disruption from an intense area of low pressure. Gusts of wind could reach 8 to 11 miles an hour. To stop the brilliant disruption, winds happening.
Your astronauts are gearing up for the ride of a lifetime. The first crewed mission to go around the moon in more than 50 years. As a countdown to what would be a historic milestone in space exploration. Join me, Harold and Mukherjee, live from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida on Launch Day and beyond on BBC News.
Okay, that is that.
Yes, and as a full President Trump apologized, he did exactly that.
First, you've got to get a phone number, which is apparently not impossible, and then there's what's the best chance for the best chance of getting picked up.
It's all on the news. I'm going to see this.
While oil and gas prices rocket, so too does the cost of fertilizer that's stuck in transit due to the war in Iraq. So what does it mean for the cost for farmers and the food we buy in every corner of the world? That's this week on Talking Business here on BBC News.
Maternity care under strain like never before.
They let that girl down in the most horrific way.
A system creaking under pressure.
Things can go quite abruptly and then catastrophically wrong.
Mums and babies being put at risk.
And usually sick and nobody listened to us.
They failed Claire. They failed us.
We hear from midwives on the inside.
Most days I feel absolutely terrified. There's no capacity in the OR to take them. There's not a midwife to take them.
And that's, are we doing enough to keep women and babies safe?
Women's experiences are deteriorating,
and staff are very stressed. That is a pretty lethal combination.
People need to see what's actually going on and to understand that things do need to change.
Watch on BBC iPlayer. Get the BBC News app for breaking news live as it happens. Personalise the app to get your news your way. From local stories to global headlines. Stay up to date with the news that matters. BBC News. Download the app.
You're watching BBC News. Let's just bring you some breaking news coming into us from a White House official. And we're hearing that we're going to be expecting an operational update from President Trump on the progress of the war with Iran, the progress of Operation Epic Fury, as the Trump administration are calling it. We're expecting him to say that it's meeting or exceeding all of its benchmarks. We're expecting him to highlight the United States military success in achieving all of its stated goals prior to operation, that is, destroying Iran's deadly ballistic missiles and production facilities, annihilating their navy, ensuring their terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region, guaranteeing that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And we're expecting President Trump to reiterate the 2 to 3 week timetable for concluding the operation that he stated yesterday. So these are all lines I'm getting from a White House official. These are basically telling us what we're expecting in terms of this update from President Trump on Operation Epic Fury and the progress that he says the US has made. Well, let's bring you a little bit more now on the reaction to conflict in the Middle East, because Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, has today warned that the war in the Middle East will affect the future of the UK, but insisted the country is well placed to weather the storm. Meanwhile, the Chancellor has told the BBC that any future energy bills support will be targeted at households based on income. Rachel Reeves said any help would not come into effect until the autumn, when people use more energy. Well, our business correspondent Peter Ruddock has been with the Chancellor on a visit to a community centre in Swindon.
A coffee morning catch, and it's yet again the cost of living on everyone's lips. But it's not every day you get to chat personal finances with the Chancellor.
One of the reasons that I'm here today is that tomorrow people's gas and electricity bills are going to come down.
That's a tough message to land when people are still feeling the pinch.
This one is chocolate, like Victoria's brand, but pensioners don't actually earn as much as the minimum wage people.
Yeah.
I mean, we get like 12,000 a year.
Yeah, man, see if we can get some information. Because
Makes you wonder why you got that.
yeah. Everybody in this, you know what is what. Yeah.
Rachel Reeves is reluctant to follow her counterparts in Australia, Ireland, Spain, Italy, and amongst others, and drive down diesel.
No people, man.
You have to be careful because every time you borrow more, you put upward pressure on inflation, upward pressure on mortgage costs. Can you guarantee that
Alright,
it's going to be higher in the future?
Let me take the call and I get one call. Look at me here.
To provide support. If I
Yeah.
promise that I could...
Greetings, good evening.
For every person, I will be telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because all that you will be doing, if you do that, is pushing up inflation.
Yes, I may have. Yes, may have all of that. Yeah. Yes, I've got that. Yeah. So, if they want it, I send it to you and you send it and you show them.
It's accompanied with a raft of changes, increases to the minimum wage, the state pension, and working age benefits,
Yeah, man.
which the
Yeah.
Chancellor says will ease the cost of living.
Alright, cool.
But at the same time, council tax, TV licence fee, water charges, among bills going up for many. And the risk is events in the Middle East only increase the challenge further. The Chancellor told Breakfast she's planning for all contingencies, but will target any support.
It will be really from the autumn onwards, that people's gas usage starts increasing. So at the moment, we're working a range of contingencies, and we are looking at more targeted measures. We're looking at ways in which we can support people based on their household income. It's too early to say what the conclusions of that work is.
As global tensions, concerns and wholesale prices continue to rise, the pressure on the government to say and do more will only continue. Peter Reddick, BBC News, Sweden.
Well, let's now turn to BBC Your Voice. Today we focused on the rising cost of living around the globe as a result of the Iran war. So for the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to try to answer some of the questions you've been asking.
Boy, I'm putting the way there right now. I don't know what's wrong.
Of essentials, fuel, energy bills, food, fertilizer. Joining me now to help and explain the situation is Ben Chu, our policy and analysis correspondent for BBC Verify, and Sarah Pennells, consumer finance specialist at Royal Mail. Welcome to both of you. So let me start with Sarah, first of all. Thank you so much for joining us on Your Voice, Sarah. And I guess people have been asking the most question that has to be said about petrol prices. And so the first one I want to ask you is how much has petrol gone up as a result of the Iran war, Sarah?
Well, there are a number of organisations that track the price of petrol. The RAC is one. Now it says that since the start of the Iran war, a litre of petrol has gone up by almost 20 pence. Almost 21 pence, in fact, just over 20 pence a litre. So it's now, people pay on average over £1.50 a litre. I was checking earlier on today, £1.53. Of course, if you buy from a motorway service station, you'll pay nearer to £1.76 on average. So it's quite a rise, and anybody who's filling up their tank, or as a lot of people doing, maybe just topping up their tank rather than filling up, they really notice that difference in quite a short time.
And so I guess the question next is where we get up the petrol from?
Well, it's a little bit complicated here. Petrol is refined in the UK. Still, we actually import a lot as well. And that's really what happens to the UK's refineries. Imported oil from places like America, that's because of the nature of the oil which our refineries are built to process it, if you like. So the petrol may be coming from the oil goes
Hey, you want to start with some stuff that people are going to want to ice cream, yeah.
But that then feeds into petrol and diesel price comparison apps and websites that you can use. So what's changed earlier on this year is that now gets real-time data, so there's something out there. And also, just think about how you're driving. It's not necessarily about driving slowly, but driving efficiently. That can make a real difference. And I guess lastly, don't drive around with things like flat tyres or tyres that are properly sort of pressurised. All those things.
I don't know if you're in the queue. I'm on the queue.
Yes, you don't pay more. We all pay more for it. But if you can make it go
and this one's for you, it's from someone called Keith, who's in Sunderland, who asks this: why is no one mentioning millions of pounds the government is making due to higher fuel costs in the pump, and why do they not reduce fuel tax or prices are so high?
There's an investment by Pfizer or Sequel, which is estimated that the government is making £20 million a day for the
you can drive your phone. One thing you know. Yeah, easy man. Easy. How the fuck you do that?
Broadly plausible, of course, if businesses do manage to we can't be sure about it. There needs to be a little
yeah.
The fuel price very closely matches the oil price and that's been on a roller coaster ride, as you know.
Hey, you see it when I think. No, my business, I'm in the room. $9.5. I can't let
We're in very unusual times. There's usually a lag, but at this moment,
the Chancellor agrees that the government's energy bills have set up support for energy bills. How will the energy bill The Chancellor is suggesting that this will not be happening until the autumn, as I say, it could be based on I think at the moment, one idea is to float it around.
It's good. Disappeared to float. And in October last year, it was extended from 6 million to
Last July, 500 litres was
Yeah, I don't know.
£61.
Was that
This year it's £681. Where's the help for those of us who have to buy?
You never see a man find something like it in blood, and you put a school. The fast put the public channels.
To beating the prices, and actually what's happening is just a few weeks. Heating oil business, but, and it's a big but, we know that there's about 1.5 million people who have who rely on heating oil for their heating. So, you know, £54 million, £1.5 million, that's not very much because it's given to everybody. So what the government is saying is, again, this is being very targeted. It's been not given to people who it's a completely different fund to one that I have yesterday, support fund, so we always use fund around.
I don't play them the game no friends. I don't play them the game no friends. That kind of cheap game then. That's okay on the side.
Not everybody who's experiencing one of those will get that help.
Okay, thanks for that, Sarah. Now let's move on to a little bit about flights. We've had some questions about fuel shortages and their impact on flights. Will flights be cancelled because of jet fuel shortages?
There have been some cancellations of flights in the Philippines. 40% of the UK's jet fuel does come from
That's what the daddy.
There will continue to do relative supply disruptions in Europe in May and June.
What would have played in the game then? Yeah, what? Yeah, man, you want to protect the classic. You want to protect it like a blood clot. You know why they keep showing that daddy? Are we not in agreement? I'm really again very happy. Yeah, the question there.
To about 3.5% by the end of the year, now expected to rise to 5% by the end of the year. Fuels will go down, food prices will go up. Energy is expensive, so all that oil and gas that goes into making them, if that goes up in price, you get food prices going up. I think the lobby group and trade group are 9% discount, but it's not higher than it was 20% got to in 2023 after the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
And Sarah, let me bring you back in at this point. Are house prices falling? That's another question that is sent to us from quite a few people.
Well, there are different ways to know what's happening to house prices. Actually showing that in January, house prices have fallen by 0.3%, come back to some overall. In house prices, there are so many things. Confidence is quite nebulous. People can feel very confident and great around them, and suddenly that changes. Obviously, also affected by mortgage costs, and we have seen the price of fixed rate mortgages immediately, obviously, increasing quite a lot over recent sort of years.
Alright,
What's rice, man?
one more piece of rice. Oh, sorry.
He said the real issue that needs addressing is the UK's vulnerability to outside influences and its heavy reliance on imported fuel. What happened to UK being self-sufficient?
Well, I think self-sufficiency when it comes to fuel, many other things as well. There's a little bit of a mirror that we're moving to early. The UK produces quite a lot of oil. Our refinery, we also turn that into our deficit. I think it is worth on this issue of self-sufficiency thinking about that because they are a big exporter. So it's self-sufficiency. The reality is, we've been talking about US gas prices. The US is part of a global energy market. Fuel prices and oil prices, when they go up globally, they also affect the United States, despite it being an exporter. So sometimes we don't necessarily think about stability. I think that's very important. Yeah, they're working on that. That's not the work, man. Self-sufficient we are on paper.
Thank you to all of the viewers who've been sending questions to BBC. Let's tell you because pressure is mounting on the BBC after two newspapers claims in relation to the sacking of radio 2 presenter Scott Mills. The Metropolitan Police say he was questioned in 2018 on historical allegations of serious sexual offences related to a teenage boy who was under 16. Both Scott Mills and the BBC have been approached for comment as our cultural media editor Scott Mills is investigating over allegations of sexual offences. The Metropolitan Police told BBC News the teenage boy involved was under 16. All the BBC said, like one would expect from smart presenters, who have been praised for nearly 20 years, that they were Mills last appeared on the biggest breakfast show in the country. The story of his departure originally has a news page exclusive, but the sacking of Mills was as a result of fresh information the BBC was told last week. The BBC has not confirmed to us if this is the case, nor the latest reports on the Sun, but it connects Scott Mills on air 10 years ago, even though it knew he was being investigated by the police. The Metropolitan Police says the allegations are reported to have happened between 1997 and 2000. Scott Mills was aged between 24 and 27. He was back then a presenter on commercial events before joining BBC Radio 1 in October 1998. 18 years later, the Met began its investigation following outrageous evidence of police. Scott Mills was interviewed on Fortune in July 2018 over historic serious sexual offences. But the case was after the CPS decided there was not enough evidence to press charges. 7 years later, BBC bosses snapped. Scott Mills has not said anything publicly since he was back. We don't know the reasons behind the sensitivity. Sources of the earlier police investigations. Meanwhile, the BBC has didn't know that Scott Mills would be investigated 10 years ago. I understand the then director general. If anyone inside the house had any kind of
Yes, guys, welcome to my live, guys. Where you're watching my stream from, please like my page, subscribe if you haven't subscribed as yet. Okay, please do so.
With one Director General leaving this week and a new one arriving, the BBC News was once again exclusive with Alec and close the hour by taking you live to the Kennedy Space Center in Canaveral, preparing to launch its first crewed mission around the moon in more than 50 years. This is an historical moment for space exploration. The 4 astronauts, 3 men and 1 woman, will be hopefully starting their journey, a 10-day Artemis 2 mission. Circle it. This mission will take away missions which will eventually land. The weather is still looking good. There's an 80% chance this mission is going to take off in the next few hours. The Lunar is there at the Kennedy Space Center. He will be leading the output and the coverage of this historical moment. Stay with us on BBC News. BBC News.
Blacks are country boy, they can't sleep. You see what I'm telling brother? Relax, that's something when I come back. Relax yourself, I drink that in 90 days. So I'm dead, man. I'm straight up. Relax something. I'm like a blood clot. Relaxation, brother. Where they are from? No relaxation to the best of his capacity with them.
Prepares to address the nation tonight.
You know, say, as you're you have better news than this year. Man say you're an US Yeah, you know, Tom saying that him high. You gave it up against the Yo, you see man and look and bomb the class, she bought them away when I tell. Man has some bomb and the blood clot over the yard.
Investigation into allegations of sex abuses involving former astronauts prepare to travel further into space than humans have ever been before.
So I'm struggling to go as far as you want to go.
1:30 tonight.
I'm here at the Kennedy Space Center where we're just a few hours away from seeing the first astronauts head to the moon in more than 50 years.
Coming up on the world today, we'll have in-depth analysis from the BBC's global network of correspondents, bringing you a fresh take on the day's top stories. Stay with us on the BBC News Channel. The US for a ceasefire and says the request came from the non-regime president, who's much less radical. It's not clear from Donald Trump's authority, but he said he won't consider it until the Strait of Hormuz is open, free and clear again. Until then, he said, he continued oblivion. Iranian state TV is reporting claims that Iran asked for a ceasefire are false. Tonight, the president will be television address on the war. It comes as he said he's only considering pulling the United States out of NATO after Iran. In a moment, we'll be talking to our international editor, Jeremy Byrne, about the latest developments. But first, this report from our diplomatic correspondent.
It says at American bases in the Middle East.
Still that way. That's the one who was going to
The US and Israel continue to bomb Iran. President says it could be over. The Strait of Hormuz. The reluctance of Washington's allies to get involved mounting frustration for Mr. Trump. Not for the first time, the president says he's had enough. NATO veto order of pulling America out is beyond reconsideration. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, seen as one of Europe's most effective Trump whisperers, this is an administration seemingly not in the mood to listen.
We're going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served us for a while is still serving the purpose and now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to we need the help of our allies.
Described as purely defensive operations, Prime Minister determined to resist the allies get more involved.
Whatever the pressure on me and others, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why we have to be clear.
Let me know you love me, style America.
Donald Trump has long had the relationship with NATO, arguing during his first term
that members were exploiting American goodwill. But 23 of the 28 member nations are still not paying what they should be paying and what they are supposed to be paying to their defense. This is not fair to the people and taxpayers of the United States. 9 years on, the president's threat to take over Greenland sent shockwaves through the world. Hardly surprising that when he decided to go to war with Iran, his allies didn't rush to his side.
Trump has never understood what NATO is from the very start of his first presidency. NATO's a defensive arrangement. It's to have collective defense against an attack in Europe or North America against one of its members. Very clear and true. It's not about following the US into whatever war it chooses to undertake.
In Norway's North last month, the NATO exercise named response. Thanks to the rules of Iran, is the alliance to face its worst crisis yet. BBC News.
Is here. How hard would it actually be for President Trump to pull off this?
There is a legal debate about what we can do, but there's actually a law passed in 2023 and signed into law by President Biden, saying there has to be a 2/3 vote in the Senate to essentially get out of that treason. And maybe he get that vote, maybe he won't. Ironically, the Senate is not the leader, the current Secretary of State is not echoing Donald Trump's skepticism. The fact is that Trump did great damage to NATO's deterrence in his first term as president when he passed the Article 5 provision, which is, in other words,
I need it. This I feel like I
to think of ways to help out in that. Because once that is questioned by the most strong member, the strongest member of the alliance, by the US, and they feel that NATO can deter, one not gone is fractured. So NATO every time he opens his mouth along those lines, those people who agree seemed by NATO members as President Putin of Russia. Maybe there's things you can do in Europe, and maybe if I get in Lithuania, maybe just before the work was sorted out, so that is anything. But without the United States, there is no NATO. This is potentially a big logistically, politically, militarily, losing American bases.
Something smell more. Oh, right. Something smell on it. Yeah, I can't add in. Later. Come and tell me about mommy. You just say I don't know. Why know what you do there close to her? Hey.
Up and over. Comes off the outside edge, good feeling. At the run seal. So still, LSG with fight, with belief. And towards it again. Splendid job. Defending their country. It's nice to get a little bit on it. Not that for an effort. More serious. At least that was one special days. It's better than him. Yes, hasn't been any cricket does one year. Last bit of new, only 4 runs conceded, and want to close it out without conceding a boundary. Goes for the Yorker. Seems a couple. So
The world's best descend on the French Riviera. Watch the Rolex Monte Carlo Masters
live on Sky Sports.
A crowning night for women's boxing. 2 main event fights. 1 unmissable night. Live.
Mark up his first unconventional option. This match.
Make sure nothing on every night. You have to make sure the team cheer up, secure up.
From 40. It's amazing when I'm in the girls and they're happy with the speed ones. And then you have a look at the Capitals. It's a little bit of a twinkle in the eye now. The Capitals dressing room. And Markram, what he has at the end of the goal, he has the ability to take wickets. Better than a part-timer.
Up there, if you come here, I'm going to have to keep my foot on the road out there. No, Paul, okay, no, that's all over us.
Very interesting. It was in the slot.
Come on, we'll find out Paul halfway, so we're friends.
On the line of next stop. And it's matched. The bunch of coming up to.
Yeah, I'm here dancing.
What a the young man. Very quickly, it was in the eye. It deserved.
That's a young boy that I 20, my mom was on 700 break a machine and break and some concrete. Man, the boy I did that now, man. Right there, I said, because I didn't say that Alfie is fucking better than the young machine. I'm better than who? Everybody know. It's Alfie, and I didn't got to say it's stronger than you're better than you. Alfie, I'm that side showing.
Sorry, I'm sorry for you. I'm going to check it over here.
Let's take a break, man. I respect you, but I fucking know. You see how this man come over here, man? I'm sure blood clot. What? What?
And he goes to a 50. Pressure on Markram now, only 36 required for Delhi Capitals. You can see the coach was gesticulating, saying, make sure you finish the job. Time now for a strategic timeout. Vitality is your health.
Yeah, he's not there. You have to come back. He's not here at the moment. You have to come back. Eh? Well, I can't tell you all that.
You have the right intention,
Call him. You have a number. Call him, innit?
I'm not fond of them, aren't you? Vital's your health's best friend. It's even the most perfect. Savvy. I missold car finance. Well, my lender just sent me no things.
Don't count on it. If your circumstances have changed, they may not be able to track you down, or they may have deleted your records.
Why so slow, Brian? Why so slow?
But as they should
So, man, what are you doing?
agreements. Simply head to state.
No, you know, so we put petrol on the pan serious here, we just blood clot. No, but then it go on bump and shape and it start.
Work again.
Then press. Look like you have to sit down.
Wrong with it. It's good.
Where about it? Where about it? Where about it? Alright, you know what? I want to finish it.
Get the trading 212
I want to finish it. I hear from you. You get too excited with quick. You see?
Lots of handshaking. And maybe waistcoat cropping further down.
Get too excited quick. You must get excited so quick. Get excited so quick.
Sometimes in life you just know what you get. Like a luxury.
Oh, man, yeah, right, fine. You know how to compromise and push it around and everything like that. But we should have seen that and send that body down there.
Yo.
Big night for women's boxing. You may have been
Lord bless! What the shit?
Hold on. I know it. Okay, I have fridge. Oh. Yeah.
Fix him up all the time. I buck up them. Buck up. Tell me what man buck up that. Tell me what man buck up that. Why don't buck up now? Watch yourself. Blood clot. Ball to ball. Half and ball.
What would be the message given this situation? 35 from 35. I appreciate it.
I forgot to look for him, man. Try and find him.
Wasn't it in his eye case? Look in the eye case, huh? Nothing in there.
Just give me a few minutes. We'll find it.
Once you're in, finish the game. That's what the great players chucked out into the deep. Then he's going to get one. You can see where he was looking there, a bit on the run. He was looking
Right there.
44.
Look.
Still has an opportunity to climb.
10. You get £10 change.
That's all. The men discover. That's what we're going to do.
Another machine I try to put you to see. That's what you're going to go in now.
You better new car. New car, my boy. Then I was born for that day. Jump rock! This one, that's not. Take it. Take it. If you can do it. If you can do it. Come on, come in here. Oh yes, what is it? I'll show you a blood clot. Yes.
Double bank. Yes, sir.
No, double bank. I see you about that. Yeah, but I need to shut that up. But you know what? He's the shot who knows how to do it. I am shedding blood clot and I'm the phone. Come on, come away. Pick it up. Pick it up, boy. Pick it up. Blood clot. Pick it up. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Pick it up. That's my boy. Yo. Hey. I am bad till I kill myself through that. Saba, we have unfortunately, no, I'm wrapped up here in our country.
Alright, nice one. Yeah.
When I look sick, when I limp, tongue side.
Only getting chased, getting in that trouble zone. Next up, Big Price.
With the young girl, take it for a cruise. And then for a cruise, the young girl said to him, look at God, come in the room. Get on the knees, man. I'm not a rat and I'm fucking like a cheese. What you say to them? Daddy tell me, say, if you break it, you go buckle and that production. You must go fuck around one that shit. You have to go and go and do it.
In the gap, one bounce for four. He's flirting with danger. On this occasion. When he has been bright, he's taking it on tonight. So he receives. Just use the pace there.
Get back in there, bro.
Conventional ball shot.
See
that he can there he goes into the deep. There he goes long.
Mash up everything like that you do. That's right, you get the red to mash.
He's finishing
Why do you do those? I mean, the area, why do you do that? Yeah, you're going on nice.
Picking up the slow.
Give me that blood clot now. I mean, I don't want to take that.
Surprise the police off.
You know, you send ball now. Come back up here. I don't know what I take. Where are you going? Yeah.
First class cricket all of the police.
That's it. You don't see my kids. You don't shot my bomb off like this. I don't want to
He is showing what he's gained from those experiences. And number 16, 126 for 4.
Look, it's still a long time.
The Avatar song. As we head back to Pandora for Fire and Ash.
Uncle Wallace. Shoot.
I want somebody, I want blood clot gift. Yeah? Yeah, the one for somebody, we don't give. There you go. Go in there for the blood, you know. That's all. So we're up going. We're up going. Ah, shit!
Specialist rulers and specialist matters. Easier for you as a captain.
Ah, shit!
Balance beyond 2027. This industry room opened the door, opened the floodgate for Londoners to blossom a little bit more.
Get that boy. Your leg up. Jump up, jump up.
Teams should be aware that in a
Drop, run,
actions that can take you 10 wickets. Just like if we saw from Royal tonight. Gives you a higher probability of going on to win. Just 3 runs left now.
I'm going to win. We have time. I'm going to go properly to the area of the first time. What I missed. Or by your school, first time. What is it?
It's a genuine battle to control the pressure. Someone who's quite situational in approach. More sportsmanship approach to his innings. Right now, good someone.
Right up a minute, it's going to go by or you want to open blood clot. You don't want to learn about this one. What? Man, we go chop it on the last video. Eh? I'm going to chop it before the man after one year ago. Yo, hello, Chris. You working tonight?
Stop struggling and then switching comes to provide that's the way to go about it in the end. Being comfortably pricing tickets.
Yeah.
We categorize as a big hitter. The sound who comes in plays a big shot today with a wonderful control and he's not to be proud of.
You contacted me earlier, I put that in the group. Lads, who's got the key for the Wellefield?
The fifth win for the Capitals against this opposition in 6 matches, the last 6 matches. That's dominance. It's real dominance on the side that showing
you guys are off.
To success. So in his leadership, quite effective. Opposition of their side. Super Giants from the Delhi Capitals, not as much of a There's nothing to worry about with the competition of their side.
What's the lady doing? She's okay. Listen.
Almost 3 of us had to put them under as much, but I think the flow of the game will be very different. Please don't try. You can see the 3 extras in 141 and 7 was an extra run. Just a little moment that they fucking need to go and they fucking break.
That's it.
The BG say hide him and hide. Yeah, man, you know, he might get him, today I get him, man, because I have to move up by early, you know, early, Bridget. I'm call him today. Eh? If a BG say, what you say about it, you come out? Alright. He will hide. Alright, so he's not going to need it himself, because I'm in the chill on the place, so. You see, I'm giving the years already, I'm going to reach my dad. If call him and find out. You see me? But me make you know, tomorrow I send the things to you here, early. And I will make you start with the insurance here. And I start to send them when I'm hungry first.
What's that?
Alright, cool. Get that.
Yeah, we're going to start it on the year next week. Remember, we got 13, 26. About 35 sections to repair it. Yeah, 35 for a section of concrete. Which is
Bossy, you get you yesterday?
about 9.
Alright, and be much, boss. For yourself, my best man. Oh, my long day. For blessing. For yourself, man. Don't wake up in the morning with some new vehicle. For yourself, man. Put on the pressure. Eh? Yeah, man. You know you are. Rain and move right, man. We're connecting on the sense. I do man a high, but the man know me I work, I'm not work one of me yard and I'm rushing enough and if I hear and it's up to him the boss. Come on. That's why I get the paper and give him there. No man, I'm more coming in. I'm gonna stop all the work, I'm gonna be the one and stop the car. More to leave before I start back from work, you know what I mean? Yeah. It kind of stress me out when I live with me, really like what I go on, you see me? So more I just put a pressure on them. Yeah, just deal with proper with boss. You see me? And when I back him there, I keep it at the front, him at the back. Just make him understand the animal thing.
different thing. Don't you supposed to call the liar to move him, supposed to send a man to knock him.
I see you bump up there, boy. I see you bump.
Move him.
Come on, I see you bump.
They don't want to say it.
That's one time, brother.
You better tell him that.
I know you. You don't do a thing. A man just see from the road and lick off.
I'm right, I lose it. Yeah, you own a place, brother. You don't have to put up nothing in the hands, you have to put up again down in a place.
Different time now, Mario.
Alright, you ready to make this up?
Of course.
Listen to the contract on them blood clot and time. What's the bumbo clot here, man? I'm not for you.
Roger. A man in a serious song now. What the man say? When we call the man, tell the man one so the man say have squatters right here and he can get legal advice.
True, you have 6 months.
What? What? You know,
When you go to court,
a court?
the court will let you know. When you get to court, the court, the judge will give you 6 more months.
Wait. Not goddamn what I need to do. Watch it, watch it. Whoa! One more.
That's tell us. 15. You can't help them go over. Cancel.
That's something that work on man. Kind of the way I don't know, we put a sense to the trophy.
They want 30 per child with 4.5.
Can you look at the kid of that meal? That meal,
Chinese go to 78 pounds. Well, look. I've been split on the So we're going to shop now. We shop, we reach the place. And the guy was there and said, no, don't put it here. He said last one. Slim 38 to roll. Mr. Slim, so where am I? Look at feet. What is bomb around there?
That's good! Don't say that down in the school of my father. Yo! You read that shot? Yeah, man, you buy some. Thank you, sir. You know, Steve,
we know
Yo! Yo, I screw up the school of my father now.
Yes, sir. We are to Jamaica again. I need that blood free drink, yeah? Where we going in the kitchen? 2 packs and 12-year-olds.
Don't get anyone.
Yeah?
Then you should look at
We said,
this is where our sisters and legal and you know, born for that.
Mr. Garcia, yo. Me and you can't share no drink. We can't drink with you.
Shut boy.
Yeah,
shit.
No. They make 8-year-olds just take the 8-year-old, yeah? And 3 pack of boom.
Let me hear me man. You can move.
That's not how you watch your body. Look at you there, brother.
Hey!
Yeah, no.
It's an issue. We said that God fixed all issue. I said that.
Let me just shut up.
That's a laugh. That's a laugh to them.
Oh, yes. Oh, shit, boy. That's how you do, boy.
No.
Half term and picnic. You know what the fuck? No, wait. Oh, fuck that. Go ahead, sit down. Sit down. That's it.
You know what's up?
But I fuck it up.
Who just shot, man?
How can I shot it? Go on. No, take him out. I have to send him here. Take him out. Give him man, we put it down. Look at him though.
You know, we don't have
Take up the queue up. I do. Not tell me like I do. Did I mention no? You just under your queue. I feel your queue. We never run them. We know your style. I already can sell it. Yo, I'm not the person that squeeze us. Me no business.
I say you know why you squeeze on me.
I don't say more than that. Say more squeeze. I rather say more squeeze or two. I'm not like for you. As long as they do it, let me tell you for the big one. You don't think you want to do it.
Mr. Campbell, stop doing something like that, you know. You want to hear about food, you don't know.
With the road, I'm playing that car. Listen up. You cut already? You don't feel like? No. And me, bro, sometimes I just want to
Break.
You have what? Yeah. Huh? Match night, Wednesday. Still come match? How are you going to play? Play a bit. Oh, what else? Yeah. 6 cents. I second place without that 30. What do you mean every day? Right. Now listen to me, guys. I second with the air. Yeah, this is a change, right? 4 points. 4. No. The man change the eye business, room for your eye, big problem for him. I feel one big after me.
I told you cut them blood clot.
I'm feeling one big after me in the house. I know the man take it.
I better spin a room.
No, that's you guys better, man. Yeah, not them give me room for you. No, it's still a room, man. I don't give me room for you. Just all I'm doing is I'll be here at one point. I ain't give me room for you. No. Listen, I cussed in my house yesterday, see man, what I want this blood. I don't want to be Jamaica. It's the worst football game I've seen in about 30 years. How much shot man they take off man? None. Jamaica gets 6 penalties, 6 corners in a row. I know they can't put up blood. None. I know they know anybody out there. That's not what Jamaica. No. That side there. They could have beat that side that they now have big boat. Side no good. Me don't know the manager bring on Cephas. Cephas to start the game. I know the ball because they have a try a thing. The defender they one up. They're looking at a 3 outside goal and 3 score. Listen man, nobody can't go to me. You can put this down and press start shit them. Hello man, I was going to put the press one and the press one. Then what is what that way? Yo, them could have easy. No striker in the app. Midfield. And they said this. The boy right here said this. Read. What is? You know midfield? Then I'll be a pass back. Rasta. Long time I said this. So they can't win a game without striker. No. I must what this side. Alright. Is it comes off?
Yo, if they could have even at least hold out for penalties to her, yeah, I'm sad.
Why are you depressing us tonight at the start?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, what's up, man?
That was a fat pussy.
Yeah. Yeah, on the draws. You don't see her right now.
Hey, Chapman said one blood clot in the wrong girl. Now if I pop them and the pussy come down.
That's a sharp people syndrome.
I'm blocking, brother.
That's something I can break. That's something I can break in the brain. That's a black brain here for me. That's not the human and human. That's the human and human.
I said the old man.
Hello, my human.
Well, man, turn.
One red bone share between the trees.
One red bone.
That's share between the trees.
Oh, big man, big man.
We gave 10 buy 2 rows, buy 1. You gotta fight. You can't do that. You know what the thing is? Them take me to realize. Yeah.
But I say you're a fool, right? They don't take you for a fool.
Big idiot boy. I mean, what's called about?
Charge. Get some charge.
Get
a live highlight from it. See, I get a live highlight. Yeah, man, look funny at the moment.
Yo, coming like with my dad, that's in the book. I was Daddy YXY. I never know. What are you going on? I never know.
Oh, you know, so me left all the back here. I know some back, my friend said some chicken back for you, I left them anyway. Forgot to mute you a while ago. Forgot to mute it when I left a while ago in case.
Chicken.
Yeah.
What's
Walk on, you walk come home.
You got
Walk your walk home.
That's what
If you take a shot around that,
You look on the live, innit? See you walk across the library.
Alright, nobody drink that shot, then drink a rum. Make a banana pop.
no, that's all like this spot. Where's the shot there? Easy that
So I'm going to phone you, I'm going to get that shot.
We got it. Wait.
You're gonna go get them uncle.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Do that clock come out.
No, my friend. You give a present. You never nothing to give. What's going on?
You don't like you have some problem with him. You don't talk like you have some problem with him builder or doing building. With him building, some builder. Dove. And you like you say Ray. I don't know if I feel Ray. Yeah.
We finish now?
Oh, ask me that minute. Yo, Dove, come here. Question. Yeah, man. Me up on your phone. Me you say Ray. Ray a builder? And I him. True me you say. True me remember this one record shop. That's why I Ray a Jamaica. Ray, you know Ray a Jamaica. I'm talking for my contract. And my contract.
Live the yard.
Live the yard. Oh.
What are the name I get to our next man?
Our next man.
Okay. Liberty.
No, I don't. Yeah, man. No. It's not a builder. Somebody may have living in a yard or a basement near Ray. No problem, so you get the police involved because no problem.
Got it. We said, I'm not hiding telling them. When your sister them in here, they had pretty blood, they drool on them back. But the first time I tell them, I drool. So get the sister them. We are sitting in front of them. Next in the blood.
No, that's you just do watch. Nah, night. Yeah, man, hear him out. I do watch a while ago, innit? Yeah. Yeah, you got 352 at the moment. Yeah. 26. 26.7. Yeah. No. Running till 4 o'clock. 4 hours and stuff.
I did not tell you what you're doing. She's very generous.
Brian, how come can you come up and pay up shit? This is pay. Brian work for free.
Averaging 16. It's averaging 16.
Hey, go back. Oh, sure. Oh, what did you get?
Yeah.
Come over here, sir. Come over here, sir.
Yeah, man.
1664.
Yeah, that's about this one.
Oh.
When the boy I left to see him, he was cool for him. I'm no man on the business. No man on the business. That's a man life. Less than know about me, better. I have a band can take this. I depend on that. So I shut them all the while. Don't bother with that. Not deal with Portland, deal with Portland the road and deal with me like that. Yeah? Yeah, 4 minutes.
Yeah, because I'm starting more water, boy. I am cold.
4 minutes to time.
You forget some of my man down today. We did like this and I come up with 6 things. When he said safe travel, yeah?
I want a piece of fish in my fridge from when you put my...
He said, me buy one fish and one snack. That's what that
What you buy?
You said,
no, we said you want dog.
buy one butterfish.
Yes, don't forget.
So we season it everything. When we go on man, how much for you?
Some cooling. Yo, sometimes we have to laugh. No, you want to laugh, let's have a party. What are this year is pretty sad. Okay, yeah.
Remember chicken already. We don't have money for chicken. I know. I heard about fish and everything.
I said that. I'll pick up what he said.
I'll get it.
I don't put milk in the pot.
Hey, I don't know where you live. You know, basically, I don't know where you live. When the time is right, it's water. Just live to this and we can't weird to the start drink back. Rich, to what? To that 3 months now.
No, but you know what? Hey, look for the wife here, son. Cause look for me. Please ask spend money wife here, son.
You know this man, man.
Let me know what's going to look for.
From the backside to the face.
Where from you now? Where from you now? You know, where you from? Where are they? Not there, I'm in the door.
Consider running back to DP.
Let me know.
Start somewhere. I'm just saying
That's it. Pass what? Only you can do that.
Symbol
on. Like a family car. They are watching game. Everything stressful. Easy to be taken time.
The reason I'm watching game.
They play ball hard for a while. You can't go still. You can't. This? Yeah.
Why not? You have here? Ese que está muy bien.
Yeah, what course lap on it?
Can't be enough.
I'm giving too much rice.
Alright,
relax.
Not
too much, bro. Get in! Get in!
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Why not? Yeah, man, get your fuck, Granty. Get your fuck.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Yeah, we say nervous.
Who nervous? You think what I damn do?
Don't put him on my shot. Don't come like wax in our ears. Don't go like wax.
I'm going to use one, 2 or 3. At the time?
If you have to use two candles, I'm already done. No, wait, dark shit.
No, I'm not wait for it. Because you're touching black man and finding that. Yes. Look! What's it?
No, Papa.
No, you don't give a fuck.
One of your things.
Let me see that.
Good.
You get fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
I put that man. I already feel like that. You're still at work. Your phone what? You're fine.
When I hit that, I go bounce. So I need to choke the pussy. When I hit it up, I go bounce. The man, come on. The man, friend, you know something. Come on.
What are you in Portland? No, I don't think I'm working tonight. So it's not I'm buying this behind it. Yes, you could communicate me right here. I'm here. I'm not believing it. Not now. Well, any time you're ready, I'm here. Yeah. I'll call you before you leave. Yeah. Yep.
Hey! Come on. Come on.
Well, man, start my sister, walk with the head man, America. He's going there. He's going there.
I got them here.
None of that contest are microwave.
Oh, right, yeah.
See? Look comfortable.
Si going to the airport, man.
Fancy.
Si going to the airport, man. Yeah. Yeah, sit down there right now, man. Sit there. You
Just about to ask if you know that.
Next time release it. Release the star, yeah, watch you.
Just give me this excuse me properly.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, my brother. Turn up there. Alright.
Thank you.
Hey, you pass out that game, yes. I think you might go somewhere good enough. Nah, no more.
Ma!
Me take it on your bill now.
No,
yeah, go from here, sir.
Look, me.
Hey, unwanted touch, unwanted contact. Close.
Anybody up?
That's what we said to Are you another?
Yeah, this is what already man come here just for eat food, Mark. Why Mark come here? You to name Mark. This food wine coming. You don't really know him still, you probably see me on him. You don't really know him right. One of the blacks.
What up, man? No,
wrap up in it. You turn up, alright?
Better drink some rum, man. Can't wait till the real Grandy come back.
Grandy, sit down, go ahead. You still have one great Grandy? You're serious.
Another month?
Ma.
Oh, I care about.
Hey, I like them. rested. I don't know. If the rest hurricane, you get a nap on your foot.
Take that. See my abuse.
Boy, I play the game if you spot.
Bamba, what I would say, man. I'm listen to me, man. I'm a real blood clot general. Oh, the blood clot told me apart from that, you're very real. See that?
Manners.
Screw up, Barta.
See what I'm saying?
The man just comes so big.
Go on your phone, a smartphone, and put it on translator and speak it and you hear what you're
No, you don't say you're supposed to appreciate me.
Every word you don't focus so much. Every other word.
Gotcha. I name all for one.
No, you want. No,
I swear.
Just say from here. Watch yourself.
Which one are you at that? No, man, that's how you shall know him at that. Which one I go with them? That's the one next door in there.
Where's this one?
Bro, look to next time, that is something. Bro, come here.
Get some ice there, please, right?
Tonight she bring her.
Once upon a time, my man would have said, I said, go buy a bag of ice, but if you get me stuff so they can't, they don't want.
No, man, Michael, give them 3 minutes.
No, we don't pass people.
Put them in the air fryer and turn it. Turn it. And here we go right through here. We see light here, look, so light here, so this is more.
I told you.
Don't turn it height. So you turn it height or change the color of them. And leave it.
Friday before the man want to try to go, you know. Friday, if you get a Friday, I'm not good for you.
Put it on 100. Put it on.
Jimmy.
Put it on 100.
Say no more. So yeah, say you're not having pizza, come back. We're not going to wait for
What else up?
It's the Passover of the offering. That's what I said. You can't tell me that, I know what we done.
Yes, sir.
You want up here, sir?
That's the one. That's the one.
You thought that's the one, but this is the two shots.
Well, I put him up on the side of the film frame. I want to find him.
Then let you out by you. My holiday. I wait, I'm going to turn I want to call like that. Actually, one of them
What's the people because there?
You give me another straight forward.
No one got them on in this hello, see them, miss. Roll your money now.
Rasta.
What's the chicken there, Baba?
You know, say, can't play.
Brian and Zeno, you. Yeah, you did talk about.
Make sure you're running. It's a pay bad man on this blood clot. Where am I going?
It's good.
Them like they got.
No, man, I'm good, man. Look, man, I can't
Check them now. Let's put your hand back on and feel if you have to.
$10
minutes yet since I'm there. Let's stay in there. I did that 3 or 4 minutes. Start rushing things. You know you want to eat. Yeah, make them see that. Put on the TV, make them look. What's up?
Oh! I'm going to fly a helicopter down by it.
Stand for them out the store. Yeah.
I ain't going to be
my first time with that was $2.20 money. Oh, we can get that party like you said. So there's a 2020 one. No. Yeah, 2020, but this another one. Another one. No, this one. Can't put the real one. You see,
You always a criminal record, no man. Conduct yourself.
You're not a drink. Why are you playing that chicken? You're not buying drink, why are you playing that chicken? That's not it. You're not a drink.
Where's the night drink and the night?
You're not eating. You're bad for business. Famous last words, this pot. What's it say? Oh, come on.
Okay, I'm not a tape measure, teach something janky. Where did it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good?
I want 277.
You know what? I want it. Yes, yes.
All this I'm going to do, I'm like it. Nobody have nobody to
That man.
What?
Sure, I come up. Oi, Nanny, come here. Where I go?
We talk tomorrow.
You know you're young, you know. I think we're young. That's it. No, what's it? If you watch it, see, if you want to watch it, you're winning. You can't win it. Hello.
Yeah, man, not moving.
You don't know why. They don't know. It's your family and people that see the good color, so we don't take him as a thing. What's that you see me, let me say? What's that you see? That's all we do about the thing. I love Bro, I'll see you next Thursday. I'm going to do
Father, regular baby with the Prada.
There is no way before we reach, I need to get that on the floor. Is it? Those pizza boys, they are the bread from the top of it. They're going to put that in the I'm in the shop. It's a big one, yes. Don't pay them no money. I'm in jail, but I ain't going to know. Yeah. I ain't supposed to come in here. If you want to make a pizza, go ahead. Me, I love. You got a car wash? Yeah.
Can that out? Yeah, but I go ahead and like you go Kentucky, you turn right. So you have to go ahead and you go ahead and put the same speed, come there on the right hand side there, a big fucking full block. So there's a Kentucky town, Camden town, you know, there's a dance factory.
You don't like it?
You like it?
So
You like it?
Bargain.
Yeah, see, I want to see your cap.
Yes, I want to have okay, you know the next one. Actually, pussy for the boss.
Alright. You don't want to react to you.
Yo, Raja, I'm not just honest man. I love it. Bother here.
So why you not something? Why you tell me like all this? Why you not something?
Yeah, fire, ready to chat me. That's
why I get plastic cup.
Yes, let's take a 3 year of it. No, listen, I want money in your rubber glass. Yeah? I said, push me down before, no. You know,
That's what they can send by. I will laugh.
Oh, I'm too.
You know, a man tell you why you're trying to excuse me.
I'm too big old
Come and excuse me, the man tell you why.
Fruit punch. That's the everybody had them. But my grandma told me most of them they get it. My grandma told me most of them.
Yeah, for burger.
There was a question for that conversation.
What can I have? Let's change the conversation. Me. Me talk about you and I tell me. Big man not tell me that. Yeah, problem, child, you know that. Actually, you can't think of big man to your man. Not the question why I call me. That's what my man does. Yo, Daddy, tell us something about the banter, you know.
What's strong?
Daddy, tell us something about the banter, you know. Not the banter, you know. Yes, when you're serious, when you're serious, we're not going to know you're serious enough. Just what we know the banter, you know. So don't give us smart, we have that one shot post gas, we don't know the poor banter. And then the rest of that post all the time. Yeah, but we don't know about that. Oh, we don't know about that. Oh, you know that? No. Ball of Cree one. We don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Is it right? You ball of Cree? Yes, but you wasn't in the head. I'm the chief toes is fighting that dance. I'm going to hold your friend and the man don't care. 75% of the man don't care. We don't even say something. Who's the guy 25 for the day, man? 25.
You know, so we reach 1 year.
1 year since.
Prove that.
1 year?
Yeah, man. 1 year. A 1 year. Okay.
I don't know, I want you for you. You want to go to your cousin? I'm watching it there.
Next year, sometime I'm going to go.
No, we're
No,
not.
if you don't come here with this, I said, no, what am I? This is what I'm getting myself there. And they say, you must be doing it, man. And I wait in the room. And he said, no, that's what I'm going to do. So, man. Oh, that's the people who can say, oh, you will be my man, let's see. And then, man, they just want to put food. Everyone fast.
Yeah, me ways and about that good deal.
Okay, then you look at it.
When bro come in and said, put down, bro say Heineken.
Yeah, man.
You must put 12 Heineken, man.
If I drink 5 one time, I said, put some more.
Put some more. Give them money.
Oh, we have a red stripe, them. We have a red stripe, them. Man, all that.
One drink, one man.
One thing with road on. I never see road that's been dirty yet. A machine.
Oh, I don't have to go to it.
When my girl, the girl on social media, what's her name? No, when girl,
Get some more.
black hair, man, step on TikTok.
Big on tip, yeah.
My man shut down.
Big girl.
Well, I tell you.
Hey, man, when girl on social media, on TikTok, big black girl there. She have muscle.
Yo,
Who that? Rosalie. Or Rosalie. Rosalie. A bruise like that.
I want awful something.
I want the worst. Yo, if Rosalie walk in and bruise us up, he will move to it. Okay.
Hey, it's like that. I want to get it. They take my opinion and one year and come back and say, man, this and mother, this and
Mr. Brew going out for walk. And Brew come up with 2 of the biggest machines.
like you fluffy.
We're not expecting them walking with 2 of them.
But between us, 3 or 4 that you just love your fluffiness.
You've never seen them do that. That is you, that's what
Yeah, but I can hold him.
Liam! Liam, hold him. No. Well, they ever see me that fluffy? They ever see me that fluffy? Yeah, I Liam, a fluffy, we never see me with.
Say, yo, you want to do but he have been on his head, but he never defend. So he's saying that for then he get that, he gets it up.
I'm drinking a problem.
No, me now, they don't text me. They would run down market. Jesus said, man, come check me here. You okay? You eat your fish? Lord have mercy. Work with it, man. You work with it. Alright, so I'm here, yeah? Alright, sweetie. No, it's going to be the absolute Hey! Yeah, I want me to know you know me that.
But we don't talk again, man. See, go to the check out a war, man. Go war. If I mean, man, when you come to know, you get the buy post and you can come out of it. You get a serious something come to know. So that the man from the land, you can't say, you know, so you know.
I know, where is that?
This way the man come. I'm going to tell you, Superman, you know, like you talk to us already. You near a mass accident, the whole thing in the
You want to take money? You want to take your money?
You want to take money, you like all this. You know, you not take no life from it.
Yeah. That's what they did out what? They did out the station. Was part of that one. Me don't know who called me for that. Me say, I fuck with them and them man get one of them. Who can eat them this one. Top shot to the man that they fuck with.
Only did it on that job.
Yeah.
Big job.
You have up the wall for me and say, oh no, the fuck. If I'm not the problem, I'm get my money. Man, you can't come in from Jamaica. So I should have been there. I said, what this I see what we're hold on, give me a second. Because they get to wear the blue stick and do this. So what is it now? Big one can't society that now.
Where's the money done?
Big man said,
Bro, he never worked months before you get that job. Yeah. Months.
You said blue stick and
that job, if you put it back money, yeah.
You know what we take our job to? Blue come and say, I'm going to show some respect now. You better not let them look at it. Very true, come and feel like you come and everything I'm saying. So they say, you come to me and say, well, you have the insurance of the spread, you have the mistake. You start checking man.
You buy a slip cost.
So you want to help him. More cars in the car.
I'm for your society. Thank you, John Potter.
Your toes now, so you might have to finish the place. Do what do this. Come on, man, for us, I'm going to do that. How's that? I'm going to do that. Before we are schooling for coming. Part of this week, I'm going to pass the balance and help you with it. I don't know what's going on. If you do money, but you do money, I'm just going to tell you what. So you might look for the dead man tell them. What me tell you if they want to hear about it? So here's the problem. Me I get serious now because he said, Daddy, I told you that over the money.
Big shot, boy.
Shot.
Big shot.
I'm not going to get some money before the whole place get grass up. Look, brother, you know what I'm rich. Anyone who have any fire before I sleep on it. I didn't even want to fire and say that. What? If I not there, have the. All right.
Well, that is shot, man.
Because I'm always here. Yes, they have to. You couldn't get nothing. You couldn't break them up.
Yo, he's a hard man for murder. Hey, we left the fork. I want to learn my God.
I want to be
that man you want to get trouble from
a long time. You call me.
We don't have control.
The second game blue, then you call me. I'm going to try to go from the
yeah, that kill him over there.
The job is not. The one that they move and they take a picture that they don't move. Or you want to work on it. They keep on getting, you know, you can get a
Why shot? I didn't hit your arm.
This is what orange. I didn't come on. When someone they cut them up and just not very blue.
You see when they come on a belly down there? They never expect it to be, you know.
You know? No.
They're frightened.
He was extra large.
You don't understand the blue.
You see the time that I'm so cold? I don't know if you're down. What?
I don't want to see what I want to show again. And the funny thing is, Ron, I know I'm smart.
No.
You don't make it so smart.
I want to get the shot that boy.
Man,
the French bad man point there.
I'm scared about you. I ain't going to get scared about you. But again, I don't want to talk to you about your pocket. So that's the thing that was so weird. You can't do it. Everybody don't know what you can't do. What we say, what we do. What we know when you can't fight. I want to know that you don't put that in. All of it. I'm going to be ready. You know here.
And he started
drinking again.
You start drinking again?
No,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, big stuff for the man. Listen, still going to find out that church. Still going to find out that. I hold it by issues up there.
That's great.
I hold it by issues up there.
That's first all you want to do.
You have
Long before we left, America vote before Fox money. Long before we left.
You just want me to say,
hey, you know some American over there?
Yeah, man.
From them time?
Yes, Saturday night, it was the whole woman. I'm going to
That's the plan on Sense.
It's not like my motorcycle. On the Ross Road and
No, I'm just coming. Therefore, I can't get to react. When you go to the book, you just come to the I will have to describe that in Joe. Exactly what it is. Okay. This is America. Why is that even doing this? So you don't want to. No, you can't run.
What for me place? Police and car.
I remember the yard, but I was aware of the yard.
Blood clot place. Travis.
Goes. Maybe I remember.
Where is the new manager?
They're not powerful like them directly.
Young man, young, just start out. That's a transfer them there. The young man. They see them get money yet. I'm here to see them as they don't money yet.
Where?
Hey.
Are you around?
I'm on my own too, you know.
All I do is that money, right back
You got a license for it.
Yeah, right back to them. No!
Last week.
What are the man with the plan? I'm told that's the no, what they tell us they can't buy. Hey! What? Right back to can't buy. That's a good point.
Rock that shit, the pirates are going to buy food.
Rasta. When you are plant, you don't put it on the way. No, you
want a rice.
Yeah,
chicken man they want, they don't want a rice.
no man, you're a car.
Chicken they want eat, no rice.
Yo, man, hello, right up in here.
You get tricked.
Pick up everything up. What is the law? You get criminal record. I feel them again. That was a no, sir. Yeah, I have to tell brother. I fish up about. No, I fish.
Yeah.
It's alright, yeah? TikTok.
Everybody, We're end the thing now, you hear me? We're end it now. Yes guys, thanks for watching my live here. See you tomorrow, alright? Thanks for watching my live.
Yeah, man.